Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a quick announcement before we get started. Car is parked on Broadway, and unfortunately, in the next 10 to 15 minutes, they will be towing those cars. So if you don't want your car to be towed, please kindly make your way to Herbert Macaulay Way to remove your car from the way. If your car is parked outside of the building, please kindly remove it at your earliest convenience. Thank you.
One, two, three.
Welcome, bienvenue to the inaugural West Africa Economics Summit. The plenary session will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly inform members of the media that the press will not be allowed on the floor in front of the stage. All press men, please go to the podium.
Welcome, bienvenue to the inaugural West Africa Economic Summit. The plenary session will go live in 5 minutes. We ask that you remain seated for the duration of the session. Thank you.
We want to thank all of you for being here. We just want to announce that all the people standing on the floor, please go and find some seats on the gallery. We thank you for attending. We thank you for being part of this event. Everybody standing on the floor, please go to the gallery. His Excellency the President will soon be in.
Welcome, bienvenue to the inaugural West Africa Economic Summit. The plenary session will go live in 5 minutes. We ask that you remain seated for the duration of the session. Thank you.
Again, we welcome all of you. Please, if you don't have a
Please rise for the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and all the other heads of state in attendance. Please remain standing for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
There is a fabric that binds us together as a people. That fabric is our identity, our resilience, and the way we relate. For so long, we have independently pushed for progress, growth, prosperity, and security. And look how far we have come. Think how much quicker, better, and farther we can grow when we stitch together our interests and resources in unity. To attain our best possibilities, we are threading a new future for ourselves. One where pathways and connections are seamless, where vital resources power every community without interruption. We are generating a new wave of unity for shared prosperity, lasting security, and true interdependence. Ride this wave at the West Africa Economic Summit, happening June 20th and 21st, 2025, at the International Conference Center, Abuja. Visit WAES2025.org for more information.
Look around you. This is West Africa, a vibrant tapestry of fierce ambition, innovation, and unwavering spirit. Our fabric is strong and the same. To unlock our shared success, going beyond the borders that separate us, to a thread that ties us together in unity of thoughts, collaboration, economic cooperation, and progress. From Kano to Conakry, Abuja to Abuja, Accra to Dakar. This is the new wave of optimism, of lasting security, of shared prosperity for all of us. This wave consumes vision, driving us to a shared destiny. Join us at the West Africa Economic Summit on the 20th and 1st June 2025. Ride the wave towards shared progress. Visit WAES2025.org to join the conversation.
They say Africa is risk. Interesting. But stay with me. You mean Lagos, where fintech rises before the sun? Or Joburg, where Charles LeBron didn't walk? Or Dakar, where rhythm breaks the rules? Risk? No. This is return. Return on belief. On the girl in Enugu sketching dreams with a code. On the boy in Soweto coding futures from a shared laptop. And a Nigerian musician making dreams from a stolen laptop. On the market woman in Kumasi who knows profit without spreadsheets. On justice. We know how to build for the bruises. Remix scarcity into rhythm. Stretch coins into companies, our sweat, blood, and bodies. We take what the world throws away and say, not so fast, Abiku. We reinvent. You still don't get it. This is not aid. This is alignment. You don't donate to us. You partner, or you get left behind. Because the continent moves quietly, softly, unapologetically. So your hesitation is your loss. Because what we cost, we call the innovation 20 years later. We are not waiting for green lights. We are building roads on grid. We are not fragile. We are fragile. Wounds became weapons. Delays became data. Waiting made us wise. Africa doesn't need your charity. Africa is your clarity. On where the future breathes. On where the world resets. On where value multiplies like cassava after rain. So if you fear risk, don't come. But if you're looking for a return, on imagination, on resilience, on tomorrow, welcome.
Let's give it up for them one more time. Absolutely stunning. What a beautiful way to begin our second day. The vibrancy of our culture truly reflects the dynamism of our region. Welcome back to day 2 of the West African Economic Summit 2025. Absolument magnifique. Quelle belle manière de commencer cette deuxième journée. La vitalité de notre culture reflète parfaitement le dynamisme de notre région. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the West Africa Economic Summit 2025. Bonjour à toutes et à tous et bienvenue à la deuxième journée du sommet économique de l'Afrique de l'Ouest 2025.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome His Excellency, the President of Nigeria and the Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. I'd like to welcome all the other presidents that are here. Let me welcome His Excellency Patrice Salon, Republic of Benin, that is here with us. The President of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Boakai, that is also here with us. Let me welcome the President of Sierra Leone, President Julius Maada Bio, that is also here with us. I welcome you. I'd like to welcome all the ministers that are representing their presidents here, from Guinea-Bissau, Gambia, Ghana, Senegal, and Togo. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome stakeholders of the region, policymakers, delegates, captains of industry, but I also want to especially welcome our royal fathers that are here. Let me welcome His Imperial Majesty, the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi. And let me also welcome his brother, His Imperial Majesty, Iku Baba Yeye, Oba Abimbola Akim Oware I. And all the other royal fathers that are here, I welcome all of you to day 2 of this amazing summit. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the second day where we continue to celebrate the idea of West African that is actually coming together with shared goals. A West Africa that explores the rich cultural tapestry of our region. Today, we'll continue to celebrate the opportunities that are there for trade, for partnership, and for harmony. Yesterday, we had 4 panels, but today will be a very beautiful day. So I welcome all of you to the second day as we continue to celebrate the vibrancy, the integration, and the harmony of our lovely region. To kick us off, we want to invite here with profound honor to introduce the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Metamatuga ON, who will be addressing us and welcoming the event.
C'est pour nous un immense honneur de vous présenter Son Excellence Yusuf Maitama Tugar, ON, ministre des Affaires étrangères de la République fédérale du Nigeria, qui va prononcer une allocution spéciale de bienvenue. Excellence, soyez le bienvenu.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, royal fathers, present, members of the ECOWAS Commission, private sector leaders, champions, development partners, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to Abuja on behalf of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, both as host and colleague and partner, as we look to new opportunities and platforms to build from our shared histories and proud traditions a better future. In that sense, Abuja is a very good location. A new city, an anonymous dot on the map of my childhood, and now a lively, thriving symbol of our capacity to shape outcomes and make real, tangible change. Our purpose today is to reset the vision for the economic future of the West African region. Now, that is quite an ambitious target. And let's be honest, it's up to the creative talents, enterprise, and ingenuity of our people to deliver that transformation. Governments and organizations are at their best when they realize the limits of their influence and power. So we're here today to build on that enabling environment. We're not reinventing the wheel. As an economic community, West Africa enjoys freedom of movement and a framework to facilitate trade, pool electricity, and integrate transport corridors. Our job today is to build on what we have and to find new ways that add momentum to the search for peace and stability, prosperity, and growth. We can find some answers to the future in how we understand our past. Long before this city was founded, for independence movements and colonial cartography, the people of this region related and traded not through treaties, but through brotherhood and trust. Livestock from the Sahel moved southward. Cola nuts from the forest zone moved northward. Markets such as Salaga, Katsina, Kano were economic engines long before the modern state existed. Let's reflect on that for a moment. Markets. Markets are a West African story, a story about trade, innovation, and the generation of wealth and opportunity. We still believe in free markets, not a free-for-all, but markets that thrive because of effective cooperation between supply and demand, regulated by accepted and acceptable parameters. Let us not forget that in 2024, West Africa exported goods valued at over 166 billion. Yet, only 8.6% of that trade remained within our borders. Imports follow the same pattern, heavily tilted toward partners outside the continent. Machinery and manufactured goods from China, India, the United States, and the European Union dominate our import flows while we continue to export and processed raw materials. This trajectory is untenable. And the issue is not just capacity, but orientation. We know what economists call the informal sector finds ways to deliver what the market wants, bypassing borders and regulations when they're too slow and bureaucratic. As governments, as states, and the region, we need to do more to make it easy to bring that activity within the formal sector, to bring with it the economies of scale and other efficiencies that will accelerate growth and help our entrepreneurs. And this is already happening. This summit, as envisioned by President Tinubu, is the chance to build on that change. We're not offering royal charters to monopoly corporations anymore. That was a long time ago. Our job now, our responsibility is to help find the best way to deliver goods and services to our people, to help the private sector and the free market to do what they do best, generating investment and building capacity. We want people to see the difference. I say to our friends here today in industry, banking, and other sectors, President Tinubu and the other leaders present are listening. Let's stop outsourcing the future and take back control of our destiny. We want this summit to show that West Africa can deliver the space where government, industry, and other stakeholders can meet and make deals without having to transplant ourselves to shivering to one summit or another in wintry venues. It's good to talk, better still to deliver. And let's do that in Abuja and Abidjan, from the Sahel to the sea. There's literally a deal room here at the summit. We're not here to tell the private sector its business, but to give you the space to grow. Use it. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promised to develop this event when he took over as ECOWAS chair in 2023. His own background in the private sector and public life as a proud but well-traveled Nigerian had convinced him of the urgency of the moment. West Africa, for centuries, an equal partner in international trade, was left behind by the Industrial Revolution and patterns of development that reduced our comparative advantage and still leaves us struggling for fair access to markets and finance. One example, we pay the costs for the climate emergency, but received few of the benefits of the process that created it. Competition is healthy, and it is in our common interest to keep that competition healthy and positive for all stakeholders. As a region, West Africa has the scale, talent, and critical mass that no individual state alone can match. Now we have a one-off chance to leverage the profound changes already shaping our common future as advances in technology, processing, and data stretch the imagination of what is possible ahead. West Africa can and should be part of this revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, I read a couple of weeks ago in an American newspaper that China had a monopoly on some of the rare minerals vital to the new industries on which the future will be built. Not so. We have those same minerals here in Nigeria and across the region. I'm sure in this room, we could think of a dozen similar examples of what we can offer the international market and where we can do better for each other in the region. Bring that investment, bring that local processing. Let's see our transport and economic infrastructure and other building blocks for prosperity grow. It's happened before. Let this summit and those that will follow prove themselves to be part of the fabric of that change. I thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs?
On remercie Son Excellence Youssouf Meita Matougar, ministre des Affaires étrangères de la République fédérale du Nigeria.
We now move to a series of important goodwill messages, setting the tone for today's discussion. And we'll be kicking off with an entrepreneur, a tech expert, Khalil Halilu, Executive Vice Chairman and CEO, National Agency for Science, Engineering Infrastructure. Please, can we welcome him here?
Nous allons maintenant écouter une série de messages de soutien importants qui donneront le ton aux discussions de la journée. Le premier message viendra de Khalil Halilu, vice-président exécutif de l'Agence nationale pour l'infrastructure scientifique et technique du Nigeria. Merci.
You're welcome.
Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, esteemed presidents, our host, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tuga, honorable ministers, visionary CEOs, bold investors, vibrant innovators of the West African region, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to join you today at this important summit, a space where ideas becomes policies and policies becomes progress. On behalf of the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, and its chairman, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I bring you warm greetings and a message of anchored action and progress. The President has given me a clear and transformative mandate to rebuild and retool Nigeria's science and engineering infrastructure to serve our industries, energize innovation, and unlock the full potential of a diversified economy. This is not a mandate of ambition alone. It is one of urgency, one of impact, and most of all, one of results. Under this directive, we have redefined what it means to build and to build with purpose. In renewable energy, we are deploying smart, localized solar solutions to power underserved communities and agro-processing clusters. Through the Irrigate Nigeria program, we have launched a mission to revolutionize smallholder farming by delivering affordable solar home-powered irrigation kits to farmers nationwide. We are ending seasonal farming and turning dry months into productive months. This is innovation with water at its heart and food security in its future. In agriculture, we launched the National Asset Restoration Program to revive abandoned government-owned equipment, turning neglected assets into powerful tools for modern farming and food security. This is the first of its kind in the history of our country. In e-governance, we are building local technology by local minds to solve local problems. Because a truly digital Nigeria must begin with a truly Nigerian solution. And for youth empowerment, Naseni is no longer a government agency. We are now a launchpad for young innovators, builders, and creators. We are creating what we call generation of makers. This is not just progress, this is a momentum, the kind that moves nations forward and bring movements to life. But as we gather here today in Abuja, let us speak plainly. No country can innovate in isolation. No region can rise divided. West Africa has the talent, we have the market, we have the raw materials, and the raw ambition. What we need now is alignment. Imagine a West Africa where research and development invested are co-founded across borders. Tech innovations made in Ibadan and commercialized in Abidjan. Renewable energy solutions in Lagos are scaled from Accra to Monrovia. That future is possible, and it is waiting for our collective will to meet it halfway. At Naseni, we are ready to lead a regional technology commercialization movement, one that unites our engineers, our entrepreneurs, our economic ecosystems. From shared prototyping facilities to harmonized standards, we are ready to build, not just in Nigeria, but with Nigeria as a bridge across the sub-region. In line with this vision, I am pleased to announce 3 new policy directions that are open for regional corporations. 1, cross-border innovation platforms. We are designing frameworks, co-developing solutions in renewable energy, digital manufacturing, and agri-tech across West Africa. Secondly, the West African Makers Exchange, a continental knowledge and talent pipeline where our young innovators, engineers, and creators can learn, build, and trade ideas without borders. And last but not the least, the Naseni Regional Infrastructure Registry, an open source platform to map and share science and engineering assets across our nations so that no innovation effort is duplicated, only multiplied. These are more than just initiatives, they are invitations. Invitations to build, to collaborate, and to grow together. Colleagues and friends, this is our moment, but more than a moment, this must become a movement. A movement of results, not empty promises. A movement that proves that we can build African solutions at African scale with African pride. A movement where Naseni is not just a national institution, but a regional bridge a continental catalyst. Let's build West Africa not just an idea, but as a powerhouse. Let's irrigate not just our farmlands, but mines. Let's restore not just our assets, but the trust we can build together. The time is now, the place is here, the movement is us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Halilu, the Executive Vice Chairman of NASENI. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also welcome and recognize the Ivorian Foreign Minister, who is also representing His Excellency, the President of Ivory Coast.
Soyez le bienvenu.
So, Your Excellencies, our next goodwill message, and we also appeal that we make it as short as possible, 3 minutes max. Let me welcome here, representing the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Yemi Cardoso, Abido Ekoka. And so we will take the next goodwill, and that will be coming from the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade, and Investment. Please join us. I welcome here Dr. Jumoke Oduwole.
Son Excellence, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, ministre de l'Industrie, du Commerce et l'Industrie de la République fédérale du Nigeria.
Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, distinguished heads of state and government, with your permission, kindly permit me to rest on the very well adumbrated protocols in the interest of time. The opportunity cost of inaction is significant. Every fragmented policy, every delayed infrastructure link, and every unimplemented trade agreement costs us jobs, deterred investment, and pushes African producers further away from global value chains. However, with coordination and shared execution, we can position West Africa as a formidable economic bloc, capable of attracting capital, scaling industries, and delivering measurable outcomes across borders. It is for this reason that this historical West African Economic Summit, a testament to the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and his consistent commitment to regional integration and shared prosperity, is an idea whose time has come. Mr. President, under your leadership, Nigeria has made bold and difficult decisions, from exchange rate reforms and removing fuel subsidies to aligning our economy with the AfCFTA and resetting our national trade policy framework. These reforms are starting to yield results. In Q1 of this year, Nigeria's non-oil exports rose to $1.8 billion, a 24% increase over the same period last year. Importantly, we have recently concluded our inaugural 5-year review of Nigeria's AfCFTA implementation, the first country to do so, demonstrating renewed national coordination and our unequivocal commitment to prioritizing trade with West Africa and the entire continent. At the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, we have taken these policy directives and begun converting them into real economic wins. To mention a few, over the last 6 months, Nigeria has made meaningful strides, such as gazetting our AfCFTA provisional schedule of tariff concessions thus affirming our readiness to trade under a common African market. We secured Nigeria's designation as Africa's co-champion on digital trade, along with the personal commendation conferred on Mr. President for his pivotal role in the sector, evidenced by several initiatives of Mr. President, including the National Talent Export Program, NATEP, Nigeria's first national platform dedicated to exporting high-value services at scale. From software engineering to digital design to business process outsourcing, NATEP is creating a structured pipeline that links Nigerian talent to global demand. With over 2,000 young Nigerians already placed in international remote jobs and earning hard currency. We opened a new air cargo trade corridor with 13 southern and eastern African countries, enabled with a market intelligence toolkit for their products in collaboration with Uganda Air and UNDP. In each of these milestones, we went out as Nigeria, but we showed up as an ambassador for West Africa, committed to Africa's shared prosperity. In the lead up to this summit, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, in close collaboration with partners across the Nigerian government and private sector, curated a deal room anchored on vetted, investment-ready opportunities. One of the most dynamic and oversubscribed sessions at the deal room yesterday was our PPP and infrastructure roundtable, where we spotlighted nearly $1 billion in live transactions, spanning carbon capture and storage, critical minerals and rare earth, compressed natural gas, and digital infrastructure. These were technical, solution-focused discussions, structured to move projects towards bankability, with participation from leading investors such as AFC, IFC, Afreximbank, USTDA, Polish Investment and Trade Agency, and Badia. Since yesterday, we have tracked over $400 million worth of transactions that will advance into investor discussions, a strong signal of both the quality of preparation and the renewed momentum behind Nigeria's investment facilitation strategy. I am particularly proud to announce a landmark public-private partnership, the National Export Trading Company, a structural intervention being developed in partnership with the Nigeria Commodities Exchange, Afreximbank, and the Africa Trade and Distribution Company. Its purpose is clear: to aggregate, finance, and enable exports of Nigerian commodities efficiently, competitively, and at scale. The Nigerian Export Trading Company will change by investing in aggregation, traceability, warehousing, and structured market access. It will create a pathway for farmers and MSMEs to access formal, regional, and global markets. This milestone is a powerful indication of what the West Africa Economic Summit and its deal room are here to do: to align capital with capacity, connect local projects to global institutions, and engineer the platforms that unlock inclusive long-term growth. This is what traction looks like. West Africa is bankable. I commend the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and his team, along with all interministerial stakeholders and private sector partners, for delivering a truly world-class summit, one that is timely, consequential, and action-oriented. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, West Africa is open for business. The world is watching and is here with us. Let this summit be a prosperous turning point for us all. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will pause on goodwill messages And we'll now go straight to the chairman of ECOWAS and the president of Nigeria. Please join us and welcome here His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'est pour nous un immense honneur
Please be seated. Your Excellencies, my colleagues and friends, distinguished delegates, Head of State of Government of ECOWAS, Council of Ministers, His Excellency Dr. Omar Leviture, President of the Representative of international organizations who are present, members of diplomatic corps, other senior government officials who are present, our eminent traditional rulers, thank you for being here. Captains of industry, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to welcome you all, fellow head of states, distinguished guests, delegates and partners to the inaugural West African Economic Summit. Your presence here signals our shared commitment to shaping a new economic future for our region. We gather at a decisive moment. Today is not about celebrating how far we've come, but forging a new path that leaves behind fragmentation amidst opportunities and moves all towards deeper integration, collective action, and shared prosperity. West Africa is one of the last great frontiers of economic growth. Yet, opportunity alone does not guarantee transformation. Opportunity is not destiny. We must earn it through fusion, integration, policy coherence, collaboration, and capital alignment. Intra-regional trade remains under 10%, a challenge you can no longer ignore. The low trade is not due to a failure of will, but a failure of coordination. The global economy will not wait for West Africa to get its act together, nor should we. Rather than competing in isolation or rely on external partners, we must together strengthen our regional value chains, invest in infrastructure, and coordinate our policies. Our region's greatest asset is its youthful population. However, this demographic promise can quickly become a liability if not matched by investments in education, digital infrastructure, innovation, and productive enterprise. For example, Nigeria invests in skills development, digital connectivity, and youth empowerment. But no one country can do this alone. Our prosperity depends on regional supply chains, energy networks, and data frameworks. We must design them together or they will collapse separately. from the Lagos to Abuja Highway and West African Power Pool to digital and creative industry initiatives, our joint projects demonstrate what is possible when we work together. We must do more. We must move from declarations to concrete deals, from policy frameworks to practical implementation. We also recognize that Europe left Africa behind in the previous industrial revolutions. We cannot afford to miss the next one. Our rare minerals, perhaps tomorrow green technologies, yes, it is not enough to be resource rich. We must become value chain smart and invest in local processing and regional manufacturing. The era of one pit to the port must end. We must turn our mineral wealth into domestic economic value, jobs, technology, and manufacturing. The fundamental transformation will not come solely from the government, but from unleashing our people's entrepreneurial spirit. Government must provide the right environment, law, order, and market-friendly policies while the private sector drives the growth. Our task is to find new and effective ways to invest in our collective future, improve the business climate, and create opportunities for our youth and women. Let us emerge from this summit with actionable outcomes, a renewed commitment to ease of doing business, enhance intra-regional trade, improve infrastructure connectivity, and innovative ideas that move our people from poverty to prosperity. Let us build a West African that is investable, competitive, and resilient, one that needs and leads with vision, responsibility, and unity. This is the new West African proposition. Let us make it real and bankable. Thank you all for being here and for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigade of Guards. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together one more time for the Nigerian president?
Merci,
and the
Votre
message is
Excellence.
very clear: seize the moment.
Merci, Votre Excellence.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll have three of our presidents who are already in the room here speak to us. I will be kicking off with His Excellency Joseph Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia.
Son Excellence, Président Joseph Boakai, République du Libéria.
Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Chairperson of the ECOWAS Authority of Head of State and Government, Your Excellency Presidents and Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS Authority, esteemed leaders of ECOWAS, commissions, honorable ministers, representatives of international organizations, private sector, and NGOs, trade representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to join this important gathering of heads of state and government, economic policymakers, business leaders, and regional stakeholders who remain committed to the cause of peaceful, prosperous, and integrated West Africa in this gathering of leaders. On behalf of the government and people of Liberia, I bring you warm greetings and best wishes for a productive and inspiring summit. Let me first extend special appreciation to my friend and brother, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairperson of ECOWAS Authority, Secretary of State and Government, for his visionary leadership for convening this timely strategic summit. This summit has been held in the ambience of our community's Golden Jubilee, provides a vital platform for reflection, coordination, and renewed commitment to the economic transformation of our sub-region. Even after 50 years of our extensive existence and work, the challenges we face are still present and complex, but they are not insurmountable. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to officially inform this distinguished gathering of Liberia's recent election to a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for the 2026-2027 term. This milestone would not have been possible without the support, encouragement, and endorsement of member states in this very room. Liberia is humbled by this vote of confidence. We view it not only as a national honor, but as a reflection of our collective aspiration to contribute meaningfully to global peace, dialogue, and multilateralism. We pledge to carry this mandate with humility and responsibility, drawing on Liberia's unique post-conflict experience and our unwavering belief in democracy, diplomacy, peace building, and international cooperation. Your Excellencies, as we chart a path toward economic renewal, consistent with a well-thought-out theme of this summit, Liberia strongly supports the African Continental Free Trade Area as a transformative platform for economic integration. Our budgetary priorities are increasingly focused on sustainable agriculture and rural transformation, aligning with AFCFTA's goals. We are investing in road networks, port infrastructure, and to support seamless movement of goods and services across our borders. This action reflects Liberia's determination to play an active role in the regional and continental value chain. Liberia has also identified several priority sectors for strategic investment. Agriculture, where we seek to scale productivity, increase food security, and promote agribusiness. Ports and logistics, where efforts are underway to modernize the free port of Monrovia and other key gateways to improve competitiveness and trade efficiency. Energy, where we are expanding access to affordable and reliable electricity to support economic diversification and industrial development. digital economy, where we are investing in infrastructure and human capital to enable innovation and position Liberia as a destination for technology-driven enterprise. We are working in close coordination with ECOWAS and the Mano River Union to harmonize policies, reduce trade barriers, and enhance competitiveness. Through the implementation of our recently launched Arrest Agenda for Inclusive Development, Liberia is pursuing comprehensive reform to foster economic growth, strengthen institutions, and improve public service delivery. Our vision is to transform Liberia into a stable, transparent, and attractive destination for private sector investment and inclusive development. Excellencies, distinguished heads of government and delegation, ladies and gentlemen, peace and stability are the foundation upon which our economic aspirations must rest. Liberia remains fully committed to promoting productive sub-regional interaction, peace, national cohesion, and democratic governance throughout the region. We continue to avail ourselves to ECOWAS community in critical areas of mediation, conflict prevention, and post-crisis stabilization. At the 66th Ordinary Session of ECOWAS Authority, Liberia called for renewed dialogue with member states who have taken a divergent path. Today, I wish to echo that appeal. We must keep the door open for engagement and reconciliation, especially to our sister states that have unfortunately exceeded the community. With Liberia's ascension to the Security Council, we are determined to be a principal voice for the region, advocating for just solutions to global and regional challenges and advancing the values that unite us. I commend each of you for your steadfast leadership and for efforts you continue to make in advancing the goals of economic integration and prosperity. Let us seize the opportunity to deepen our collaboration, mobilize our collective resources, and transform the potential of our region into lasting progress for our people. Long live the economic community of West African states. I thank you, and may God Almighty continue to bless us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Merci, Votre Excellence.
Thank you very much. And so, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next president to speak to us is Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone.
Le prochain président sera Son Excellence Président Julius Maada Bio, République de Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency and Chair of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, President of the ECOWAS Commission, captains of industry present here today, our revered traditional leaders that are with us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address this esteemed gathering, united to unlock the potential of our great region. I would like to express first my profound gratitude to you, our host, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for your vision in bringing us all together for this summit. I also want to thank the organizers and partners of this vital summit for their commitment to enhancing trade and investment in Africa, especially West Africa. I appreciate the opportunity today to share Sierra Leone's perspective on regional integration and prosperity. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, West Africa has significant potential due to its abundant natural resources and a dynamic youth population, as has been alluded to already. This potential must be unlocked through strategic integration, especially in the light of rising public debt, the climate vulnerability, food insecurity, and geopolitical uncertainties affecting our economies. As leaders facing global economic competition, we must take decisive actions to accelerate regional integration programs, vital for our economic growth and shared prosperity. This needs improved collaboration, policy alignment, and a commitment to strengthening our economies, especially its competitiveness through the ECOWAS protocols and AFCFTA. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, trade integration must start with a strong political commitment from all member states. We should engage in key regional initiatives such as the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme in order to reduce tariffs and barriers, and the common external tariff to harmonize trade policies. In Sierra Leone, a significant number of our companies have authorized products registered under the ETLS. We are, of course, modernizing our customs infrastructure by implementing the Asikuda Award system and improving trade data classification and collection. Efforts are underway to implement ECOWAS biometric ID cards in line with free movement protocol, thereby strengthening regional mobility. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to deepen and boost intra-regional competitiveness, we must accelerate progress towards monetary union. A single regional currency would reduce exchange rate costs, support price stability in our region, and improve the business environment. Securing funds is a significant challenge for our businesses in West Africa. We need to adopt innovative financing models to develop essential infrastructure like roads, rails, ports, air transport systems, which will enhance connectivity, reduce logistic costs, and facilitate the movement of our people and goods in the sub-region. Participation in regional projects like the West African Pool is an imperative. Expanding electricity access and lowering energy costs will make our region more attractive to investors and support industrial growth. Strengthening regional stock exchanges and harmonizing capital markets is essential also for enhancing financial integration and unlocking investment flows. Our youth, the heartbeat of our continent, must be empowered to thrive across this region. Therefore, we need to invest in their skills, support their startups, as they are the innovators and entrepreneurs who will lead us in future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we anticipate the summit's outcome, we must act decisively to tackle ongoing challenges, including security, macroeconomic imbalances, hindering convergence, and institutional constraints, slowing the region's integration. Harmonizing ECOWAS policies in trade, customs, quality standards, statistical systems, and fiscal regimes for managing natural resources is vital for our desired growth and prosperity. Let us continue to engage development partners, investors, policymakers, and citizens to drive industrialization, economic diversification, and shared opportunity in the ECOWAS region. I reaffirm, ladies and gentlemen, Sierra Leone's unwavering commitment to regional integration and prosperity for all. Our government values strategic partnerships and invites private sector actors to collaborate in agriculture, mining, energy, tourism, and the digital economy for sustainable growth and social progress. On that note, I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for your work in integrating the region. Thank you for your love of the people within the region. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the last president to speak before the representatives or the presidents speak will be the President of the Republic of Benin, His Excellency Patrice Talon.
Le président de la République du Bénin, Son Excellence Président Patrice Talon.
And then my sister here will do the direct translation. You can do from here.
Bon.
Oui, c'est bon.
Monsieur le Président Ahmed Tinubu, cher grand frère et ami,
Your Excellency, Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, my friend and brother,
Monsieur le Président ici présent, cher ami,
other presidents present here, dear friends,
Monsieur les membres de délégation, les ministres ici présents et les diverses autorités nigérianes,
members of other ministers, members of the delegation here present.
c'est un honneur pour moi, un plaisir de participer à ce sommet et je voudrais en féliciter le président Tinubu pour son initiative.
It's an honor and pleasure for me to be with you today, and I would like to thank and honor His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu for having me here today and for this initiative.
Ce sommet arrive à point nommé parce que notre région traverse une crise de confiance et de partenariat affirmé.
This summit is in perfect timing as our regions come together for further integration.
Nous avons une institution régionale, la CEDEAO, qui est un bel instrument de coopération et d'intégration, mais qui malheureusement, ces temps-ci, est en crise.
ECOWAS is a perfect example of regional integration, but unfortunately right now, our ECOWAS is in crisis.
Mais ceci ne doit pas nous paralyser et nous empêcher d'aller à l'essentiel qui est une véritable un véritable besoin d'intégration de nos communautés, tout au moins au plan économique.
This, however, should not prohibit us from further regional integration.
Notre idéal d'avoir une intégration régionale qui concerne l'économie, la sécurité, la politique, la démocratie, les libertés est un mal. Mais le besoin d'une intégration économique est indispensable et je remercie le président Tinubu d'avoir initié ce sommet.
The ideal for the region would be further integration from a political perspective, economic perspective, and he thanks His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his efforts towards this.
L'Afrique a les mêmes idéaux que le reste du monde.
Répétez, s'il vous plaît.
L'Afrique a les mêmes idéaux que le reste du monde.
Africa has the best ideas in comparison to the rest of the world.
Ce n'est pas la volonté qui nous manque,
It's not the will of not wanting to do that is missing,
mais nous ne parvenons pas à faire aboutir nos idéaux.
Répétez, s'il
Nous ne
vous plaît.
parvenons pas, nous ne réussissons pas à faire aboutir notre idéal.
The only issue that we face is that we are not able to realize our ideas.
Et notre échec principal, et qui est la cause de notre sous-développement, c'est bien notre incapacité à mettre en œuvre notre idéal.
Our main prohibition and our main issue and blockage is our ability to put forth our ideas.
Et ceci est de la responsabilité de nos leaders, nos responsables.
And this is our leaders' responsibility.
C'est de la responsabilité de nos collaborateurs, c'est-à-dire les ministres.
It's the responsibility of the ministers and our collaborators.
C'est de la responsabilité des cadres de nos ministères.
It's the responsibility of the ministries.
C'est de la responsabilité de notre administration globale.
It's the responsibility of our global administration.
Ce sont donc l'ensemble des divers responsables de l'Afrique, du plus haut niveau jusqu'au plus bas, qui sont responsables de la non-mise en œuvre de notre idéal.
It's the responsibility of, it goes from the top to the bottom, from leaders and the populations themselves to put our ideas forth and to make them come to fruition.
Et c'est pour cela, Monsieur le Président Ahmed Tinubu, que votre appel à une action commune pour la complémentarité et l'intégration de notre économie, qui relève du rôle des chefs d'État que nous sommes, est à saluer.
And this is exactly why His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu's efforts towards regional integration should be commended.
Mais s'il est évident qu'un chef d'État ne peut pas à lui tout seul mettre en œuvre son idéal pour son aboutissement, la suite relève essentiellement de ceux qui nous accompagnent dans la gouvernance globale.
It's evident that His Excellency cannot do this on his own, and we require the support of our global partners and collaborators.
Ce n'est pas pour moi une manière d'excuser les chefs d'État et d'exprimer que notre rôle dans notre échec est infime. Non, nous avons notre part de responsabilité dans l'échec. Je vais parler des chefs d'État, des principaux responsables au sommet de l'État. Mais cette responsabilité de cet échec ne relève pas seulement de cette insuffisance des chefs d'État que nous sommes.
And this is not to excuse the responsibility of the various heads of states. It's just to reinforce that collaboration is necessary in order for us to reach our goals.
Mon message est une adresse à l'ensemble de la communauté ouest-africaine et principalement à ceux qui sont en charge dans l'administration, dans la mise en œuvre des politiques déterminées par les plus hauts responsables pour prendre conscience, pour se ressaisir et pour une véritable relève de notre sous-continent, l'Afrique de l'Ouest, et pourquoi pas de toute l'Afrique.
My message and address is essentially to reinforce the renewal that is necessary within the ECOWAS region from the leadership perspective and from the different heads of state.
Quand je la suis, ça n'y est pas.
Mr. President, if you don't mind. Okay. Thank you very much.
Merci. Ceci est une preuve de notre incapacité à nous intégrer parce que nous ne parlons pas tous la même langue, aussi dans une région qui n'est pas...
This is the proof that we are not able to integrate ourselves because all of us, we are not speaking the same language and it's difficult for us to understand each other.
Je voudrais qu'à l'avenir, même si l'anglais est la langue la plus partagée au monde et que chacun des Africains doit parler l'anglais, je suis trop vieux pour apprendre l'anglais, que prochainement nous puissions nous communiquer, nous échanger en Yoruba, en Swahili ou en Hausa.
I'm too old to learn English, but I hope that in the future, and even if I recognize that all Africans should speak English, I hope that in the future we should have this type of discussion in Yoruba, Hausa, or Swahili.
Je vais répéter ou réaffirmer ce que je disais à l'endroit de la chaîne de responsabilité dans la gouvernance globale.
I will say again what I was saying before regarding the responsibility of all different stakeholders in terms of governance.
J'adressais donc mon message à nous-mêmes chefs d'État pour dire combien nous sommes aussi responsables de notre échec commun, du fait que nous ne parvenons pas à mettre en œuvre notre idéal que nous partageons avec le reste du monde.
I was saying that we as a head of state, we have our own responsibility in our failure to achieve and deliver our vision, the vision we have for Africa, and we probably share this ambition with all over the rest of the world.
Mais cet échec est également de la responsabilité de nos collaborateurs directs, des ministres par exemple.
But this failure, it's also the responsibility of our direct collaborators, for instance, the ministers.
C'est aussi la responsabilité des cadres qui sont dans les ministères et qui animent globalement l'administration publique.
It's also the responsibility of all different type of people working within our different administration.
Nos peuples sont prêts pour l'intégration. Nos hommes d'affaires, nos acteurs économiques sont prêts pour l'intégration.
Our people, our citizens are ready for integration. Our business leaders, our businessmen are ready for integration.
Tellement les responsables politiques, tellement l'administration ne fait pas ce qu'il faut, que nos populations, nos hommes d'affaires sont obligés de contourner les obstacles de l'administration, d'avoir affaire à l'informel pour échanger entre les communautés d'un pays à l'autre.
As we, as administration and leader, we are not doing our job. We are not delivering what they need. Our business leaders, our people, they have to go beyond the law and smuggle most of the time. So they are working not in line with formal economy.
Quand on observe les efforts que font nos communautés pour donner un contenu réel à l'intégration et en contournant ainsi l'administration, en étant dans l'informel, nous devrons, mes chers présidents, mes chers collègues, mes chers grands frères, nous devrons, chers ministres, chers responsables de l'administration, prendre un nouveau départ pour sortir l'Afrique de la pauvreté en passant par l'intégration effective.
When we look at the ingenuity of our citizens, of our business leaders, of our people trying to put in place and give reality to this integration, all the ingenuity they put in place to go over the rule we put in place, and the fact that with this ingenuity they are developing a very strong informal economy. We as a leader, we as ministers and the different stakeholders, we should do what we have to do to help them give birth to this integration.
Le marché africain, le marché ouest-africain est le plus apte, le marché qui donne le plus de potentiel à une intégration permettant une économie prospère. Nous sommes des économies qui se complètent comme nulle part ailleurs. Et pourtant, nous sommes dans le monde l'économie la moins intégrée régionale.
Even if our sub-region, West Africa, is the region in the world with the best potentiality in terms of integration, because our economies are complementary each other, we are unfortunately one of the regions where integration is not yet there.
Je vais vous donner un exemple.
I will give you one example.
Nous avons mis en place avec une certaine satisfaction dans le passé, le WAPCO, cette organisation qui fait que le gaz passe du Nigeria jusqu'au Ghana en traversant le Bénin et le Togo pour alimenter les besoins en énergie et en production électrique. Et au moment où ça a été fait, le débit était compatible avec les besoins. Aujourd'hui, cet instrument, cette organisation, cet outil ne répond plus aux besoins, est trop faible pour alimenter nos divers pays en gaz. Le Bénin essaye depuis quelque temps d'avoir du gaz, soit par le Ghana, soit par le Nigeria, au-delà de ce qui est offert à travers WAPCO. Mais jusqu'à la date d'aujourd'hui, nos diverses administrations n'ont pas été capables d'accompagner cet organisme pour aller au-delà de ce qui a été fait et qui est embryonnaire dans le passé et qui ne suffit plus aujourd'hui à satisfaire les besoins. Le Bénin va être en train d'installer une plateforme FSRU pour importer du gaz liquéfié du Qatar, pour le regazéifier sur cette plateforme et servir son industrie. C'est une aberration.
Few decades back, we put in place this wonderful infrastructure, the West African gas pipeline, bringing gas from Nigeria to Ghana through Benin and Togo. This infrastructure is very important because it helps each country to develop the electricity market. But at the time, now today, the capacity and the needs in terms of gas increase in both countries, in all countries across the West African gas pipeline. In Benin, for example, we are trying to increase the capacity we are buying from this pipeline. But unfortunately, our administration are not allowing Benin to import more gas, either from Nigeria or from Ghana. And to strengthen the economical, the electricity production in Benin, now, because this infrastructure is not working, Benin is building an FSRU to import gas from Qatar or from other places of the world. This is completely insane.
Nous avons cette même aberration au niveau du marché de l'électricité. nous avons mis en place une structure régionale pour le marché de l'électricité. Mais il ne fonctionne pas et je doute qu'il soit capable de fonctionner dans les années à venir.
We have this same situation when it comes to West African power pool. We put this wonderful infrastructure in place. We invest a lot of money, but unfortunately, this is not working, and I'm not sure that in the future, this will work.
Mais un autre exemple plus banal qui concerne nos concitoyens ordinaires qui veulent aller de Lagos à Abidjan et qui doivent traverser le Bénin, le Togo, le Ghana avant d'y aller. Les routes existent, mais à cause des tracasseries qu'on observe sur nos frontières, sur nos voies, il faut plus d'une journée pour aller de Lagos à Abidjan.
I will take another example, and this concern directly our citizen. For our citizens who want to travel from Lagos to Abidjan today, we have the road in place, but unfortunately, due to different checkpoints, border harassment, etc., they have to use more than one day to go from Lagos to Abidjan.
Si nous voulons intégrer nos économies, faciliter les échanges, et qu'un homme d'affaires qui doit aller à Abidjan en quelques minutes, par la route, doit mettre un jour, 2 jours, et parfois même dormir à une frontière, parce qu'on lui réclame un document qui n'a pas de sens, parce qu'on veut qu'il paye, qu'il ne veut pas payer. Monsieur le Président, Messieurs les Présidents, nous ne parviendrons jamais à impulser une véritable intégration de nos économies.
If we want a real integration, but for a businessman who wants to go from Lagos to Abidjan to do a business, he need to do it in just few hours. But if he has to spend 1 day, 2 days at the border because border people are asking him for a specific document he didn't have, or they are asking him to pay, unfortunately, we will never achieve integration in our region.
Mes chers amis,
my dear friends,
ce message que je adresse ici à Abuja s'adresse à ceux qui sont dans la salle, mais surtout à ceux qui ne sont pas ici, qui vont nous écouter, qui nous écoutent à la radio, à la télévision, dans nos divers pays, que ce soit le Nigeria, au Bénin, au Togo, au Ghana, en Sierra Leone. Ce message s'est adressé à eux. Il est temps que l'Afrique fasse les efforts nécessaires. Il est temps que nos administrations, nos politiques fassent les efforts nécessaires pour réellement intégrer nos économies, parce que si nous ne parvenons pas à le faire, nous resterons dans une communauté de pauvreté.
The message I want to share here today, and I want to share it not only with the people in this room, in this, in this venue. I want to share it also with people who are listening to us from outside. And the message is clear. If we are not able to tackle all those issues, we will never be able to tackle poverty in our region. And our region will still remain a poor region.
Je veux dire à nos compatriotes que si nous ne partageons pas le même idéal démocratique, que si nous ne partageons pas le même idéal de liberté, que si nous ne partageons pas le même idéal politique, c'est moins grave que de ne pas partager le même idéal économique.
I want to tell our fellow citizens that if we do not share the same vision in terms of democracy, if you do not share the same vision in terms of freedom, it's not so important than if we are not sharing the same vision in terms of economy and economical integration.
L'économie, c'est la survie. Et la pauvreté est la mère de toutes les catastrophes. Si nous ne parvenons pas à sortir nos pays de la pauvreté, la démocratie sera compromise. Les libertés seront compromises, la politique sera compromise.
Poverty is the main threat to stability. It's a main threat for democracy, for security. If we are not able to tackle poverty, we will still be in face of multiple challenges in our region.
Je ne banalise pas l'idéal de démocratie qui est important. Je ne banalise pas l'idéal de liberté qui est important parce que ça concourt de la dignité humaine. Mais je veux dire que ces idéaux qui sont majeurs et supérieurs peuvent être mis en cause par la pauvreté si nous ne faisons pas les actions qu'il faut pour nous développer collectivement.
I'm not putting aside the question of democracy. I'm not undermining, the question of democracy or the question of freedom. But I'm just saying that if we are not able to solve the issue of economical integration, creation of wealth, development of our region, all of the other values, we cannot push them forward.
Je vais finir mes propos en indiquant la situation dans laquelle le monde se trouve aujourd'hui et qui nous interpelle. Le monde entier, notamment les pays développés, les autres régions du monde, sont rentrés dans une phase de défiance de la coopération internationale. La coopération internationale n'est plus aujourd'hui un idéal universel.
I want to finish by saying that the situation, the geopolitical situation in which we are today is showing us clearly that there is a large part of the world who are no more in the idea of promoting international cooperation. They definitely want to put aside international cooperation.
L'aide internationale n'existe plus et n'existera plus.
International aid, development aid, will no more exist in the future.
Et le seul moyen pour nous, pour nos populations, de sortir de la pauvreté est que nous fassions les efforts qu'il faut sur nous-mêmes pour nous développer.
And the only way for us, for our population, to get out of poverty is definitely by us doing the right effort, the effort we need in order to get them out of poverty.
Les États-Unis sont en train de nous donner une leçon incroyable. On observe le pays le plus puissant du monde, économiquement le plus puissant, qui est en train de défendre ses intérêts au centime près, au mépris de la coopération internationale.
United States, they are showing us, they are giving us a very important lesson. We are talking about the largest economy of the world. And today, they are fighting for their own interests, even for one penny.
Cette déclaration, à la limite de guerre commerciale, que les États-Unis ont déclarée au monde entier, est une façon de nous réveiller.
The trade war United States opened with the rest of the world should be a wake-up call for us.
À la limite, nous devrions saluer le président Trump pour ce coup de fouet qu'il nous donne.
At some point, we should.
À la limite, nous devrions saluer le président Trump pour ce coup de fouet qu'il nous donne.
At some point, we should, greet President Trump for, this wake-up call he's giving us.
J'ai envoyé la semaine, il y a quelques jours, au ministre des Finances porter un message au président Tinubu pour la préparation de ce sommet. Et j'ai prié donc le grand frère Tinubu d'accepter que le Bénin et le Nigeria soient les pionniers du passage à un nouveau palier en termes d'intégration. Nous sommes dans la CEDEAO, nous avons des textes extraordinaires concernant l'économie, concernant l'intégration, mais on n'a pas beaucoup bougé. Donc j'ai demandé au président Tinubu que le Bénin était prêt pour être un pionnier avec le Nigeria, pour passer une étape réelle, concrète d'une intégration économique.
Few days back, in preparation of this important summit, I sent a special envoy to my big brother, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to send him a message saying we should work together because we have a beautiful agreement within ECOWAS, but this is not working. And my message was, let us work together, Benin and Nigeria, to show that it's possible to be more and effective, on an effective way, integrated.
Et je voudrais, pour finir maintenant, parce que j'ai déjà beaucoup parlé, pour finir, je voudrais dire et vous prendre à témoin, prendre toute la salle à témoin, prendre les citoyens du Nigeria, du Bénin à témoin, que le président Tinubu et moi, nous sommes d'accord pour que le Bénin et le Nigeria intègrent leur économie de manière effective. Nous sommes d'accord. Nous avons donné les conseils qu'il faut à nos divers collaborateurs. Et maintenant, je veux interpeller mes ministres, y compris celui qui est en train de faire la traduction. Celle qui est assise, mon ministre du Commerce, ceux qui sont dans la salle. J'interpelle les ministres du président Tinubu qui sont derrière lui, la ministre du Commerce tout à l'heure qui est passée, pour que notre volonté, notre instruction d'aller plus loin dans notre intégration soit une réalité, et c'est désormais de leur responsabilité.
I want to say in front of all of you here that President Tinubu and myself, we agree on this real and full integration between Benin and Nigeria. We are already agreed on this. We instruct our respective team. And now, in front of all of you, I want to put the responsibility on the different ministers, including the one doing the translation today, to deliver this instruction. I want all the ministers behind President Tinubu, my ministers in charge of trade, minister in charge of trade of Nigeria, and all of you, to deliver this for our people.
Président Tinubu, il faudrait que vous et moi, que le Bénin et le Nigeria, qui sont deux pays siamois, du sud au nord, nous sommes exactement les mêmes. À tout point de vue, je voudrais que nous soyons les pionniers de cette nouvelle dynamique.
Your Excellency, Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I want that you and I, because Benin and Nigeria are like siamois, twin, not twin, it's more than twin. They are linked up together. We are exactly the same people, the same citizen from north to south. We should show that it's possible to deliver this integration.
Dieu bénisse l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Merci.
God bless West Africa. Thank you very much.
That was fantastic from the President of the Benin Republic and your translator. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for this young lady here who also started the translation?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the organizer just told us that we have simultaneous translation going on in the booth. Just take the headset. English is on channel 1, French on channel 2, Portuguese on channel 3, so you'll be able to follow what we are doing. We'll quickly take the representatives of the presidents. Thank you. The representative of the presidents, if we can get just 2 minutes, 3 minutes from the honorable ministers, will be very right. You'll be on the Senegalese minister now.
Absolutely, because Senegal is my country. So His Excellency President Bassirou Diomaye Faye, from the Republic of Senegal, represented by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and African Integration of the Republic of Senegal, Her Excellency Madame Yacine Fall, Ministre des Affaires étrangères et de l'intégration africaine de la République du Sénégal, Son Excellence Madame Yacine Fall. Let's put our hands together for her, please, as she comes onto the stage.
Honorable Minister, you come here. Yes, here.
Thank you very much. I will speak in English so that I can save time. Your Excellency, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, royal fathers, Excellency, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President of ECOWAS Commission, distinguished guests. I would like to convey to you the warm greetings of your brother, Excellency, Mr. Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal, who just arrived right now and was not able to attend because of other responsibilities. Your Excellency, Mr. President, President Bassirou Diomaye Faye asked me to express his sincere thanks to you for the great honor of inviting him to this first West African Economic Summit. He values this invitation deeply and congratulates you on the relevance of the chosen theme, unleashing trade and investment opportunities in West Africa. This initiative, which seeks to open up our thinking, our reflection, and guidances on ways to revitalize interregional trade and investment, comes at a very timely moment. The global economy is currently shaken by multiple crises, from geopolitical tensions and unilateral increase of customs tariffs, which are structuring international trade, even to the detriment of certain economies, including West Africa. Added to this is our context of challenging and complex access to credit for our countries in Africa. This is why today's need for regional integration is no longer an option. It is a necessity for survival. And I like really what the person was saying earlier regarding Africa does not need charity. Africa can develop itself, and West Africa can develop itself. The new environment calls for robust strategies from our region that is endowed, countries individually as well as collectively. West Africa is endowed by natural resources, endowed by energy resources, endowed by a very vibrant young population that are fearless and that have no complexity to move, and a vibrant private sector. It is up to us to put them to task and enable them to really deliver. And this is why Senegal has proposed to its citizens and to West Africa for integration, Senegal 2050, the national transformation agenda for Senegal that is really calling for sovereignty, justice, and transformation for our economy, but from a sub-regional integration that is very important. That's why my ministry is called Ministry of African Integration and Foreign Affairs. In order for us to deliver on our respective agendas and strategies, we have no choice but working towards integration. I think the heads of states that have spoken here have all really highlighted what are the challenges, what needs to be done, and how can you move forward from the top level government, president, to administration, to also supporting our youth, supporting women, but also unleashing investment. But investment cannot come from outside. It has to come from West Africa. And we know we have the dynamic private sector. We have very, very much business tycoons that if we create the enabling environment for them to be the priority for investment, they can really unleash the financial resources that we need, because we do have the other resources. West Africa is one of the regions with the highest return on investment in the world. So these mechanisms must be put in place to showcase its enormous potential and to provide the right incentive to attract and support African investors. Your Excellency, Mr. President, today, more than ever, we must collectively find ways to remove obstacles that are fully preventing commercial integration and opportunities. I think President Talon has really spent a lot of time, but was very needed though, to explain us and really identify these challenges that are macro level, micro level, but are also human challenges that really prevent, the thriving of even market women, of informal sector, of our people that are really together collectively going to moving this economy, West African economy forward. Today, unleashing trade investment potential requires proactive strategies from the outset to eliminate all barriers to trade and to support regional businesses. It is also encouraging, though, to note that West Africa already possesses relevant instruments to support development of intertrade relations, and such as the trade liberalization scheme and the common external market tariff. These instruments exist. The problem is how do we implement them? How do we really put them in motion today? And I think that all the challenges that we face should enable us to do that. It is also encouraging to see that, this summit lays the groundwork really, and this was really needed for us to get together and think about this. It lays the groundwork for a collective assessment. I think some of the speakers have made that, but assessment of implementation of our regional instrument. They exist. They are really an example of integration, economic integration. It is a matter of implementing them, and I think we should go head on to make sure that happens. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'd probably like to appeal that the Honorable Ministers that will come here, the shorter, the better. Maybe 3 minutes will be fine. The next one will be coming from Gambia, representing the President here, Honorable Boubacar Ousmaila Diouf, will be delivering a speech on behalf of His Excellency the President of Gambia.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Federal President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other presidents here present, other colleague ministers, senior ministers of foreign affairs, business community, representatives of civil society organizations. I have the honor to present to you the statement of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, who is currently engaged in other state matters that were actually confirmed before this invitation was received. This event is not only a testament to Nigeria's unwavering commitment to regional integration, but also a timely platform to rekindle the vision of a prosperous and united West Africa. The founding fathers of ECOWAS envisioned a West Africa where borders would not divide but unite us, where trade and investment would flow unhindered, and where our collective strength would uplift every concrete steps to position the Gambia as an attractive investment destination. We recognize the importance of trade and investment integration for sustainable growth and have thus embarked on implementing vital initiatives to strengthen our trade and investment landscape. These include prioritizing the implementation of the FCFTA. The Gambia government is fully committed to FCFTA and has taken steps to ratify and domesticate its protocols. We are currently implementing our national FCFTA implementation strategy with attention cast on streamlining customs procedures, reducing trade barriers, and creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. Furthermore, we are reviewing our investment regime to align it with the FCFTA protocol on investment to attract both domestic and foreign investment. I assure you, Mr. President and Your Excellencies, that the Gambia will remain steadfast in creating an enabling environment for investment. In fact, through policy reforms, infrastructure development, and public-private partnerships, we are furthering our transformation agenda and promoting investment in infrastructure development, modern agriculture, tourism, industrialization, ICT, real estate development, and renewable energy to drive inclusive growth. These efforts are yielding results with increased foreign direct investment realized in key sectors and our growing reputation as a stable democracy. We are strongly determined to sustain these gains and consolidate good governance, the rule of law, and constitutional order. It is critical that we embrace the fact that our national successes are interlinked and tied to the prosperity of West Africa as a whole. The best option for us, therefore, is to unite and collaborate. Fortunately, this summit is an invaluable high-level forum for leaders, partners, and stakeholders to share experiences, strengthen networks, and form partnerships for greater trade and investment integration in West Africa. This cannot be attained in the absence of a peaceful and secure environment. It is essential, therefore, that sustained peace and stability in West Africa becomes the business of all governments, private sector, and civil society alike. A secure and stable environment is the solid foundation for economic growth, trade, and investment in the region. I reaffirm the Gambia's unwavering commitment to ECOWAS and the collective pursuit of regional unity, economic transformation, and sustainable development. Indeed, we are more than willing to collaborate with all member states of the region to translate our collective commitment into tangible progress. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To address us next is the representative of His Excellency President H.E. Alassane Ouattara, is the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and African Integration, Mr. Leon Kaku Adom.
Son Excellence Léon Kaku Adom, ministre des Affaires étrangères, de l'intégration africaine de la Côte d'Ivoire.
Excellences, M. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, président de la République fédérale du Nigeria et président de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la CEDEAO, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le Président de la Commission de la CEDEAO, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de mission et techniques, honorables chefs traditionnels, distingués dirigeants et représentants du secteur privé, Mesdames et Messieurs de la presse, honorables invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. Le président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, retenu à Abidjan par d'importants engagements pris de longue date, n'a pu effectuer le voyage d'Abuja. Il a bien voulu me faire un insigne honneur en me chargeant de vous délivrer son message ci-après, je cite. Je voudrais avant tout propos saluer chaleureusement mon frère, le président Ahmed Tinubu, et lui exprimer ma gratitude pour l'accueil fraternel réservé à la délégation de mon pays, conduite par le ministre des Affaires étrangères, de l'intégration africaine et des Ivoiriens de l'extérieur. Je tiens également à féliciter le président Bola Tinubu et son gouvernement pour l'organisation de ce sommet, à la fois stratégique et visionnaire, adossé à la conférence politique des chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui donnera certainement une nouvelle impulsion à notre volonté commune de bâtir une CEDEAO résolument tournée vers les aspirations des peuples. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Côte d'Ivoire accorde une importance capitale à la consolidation de l'intégration économique régionale qui constitue le socle de notre développement commun et notre meilleure réponse à la fragmentation de nos marchés, à la vulnérabilité de nos économies, aux chocs extérieurs et à notre dépendance aux importations. C'est dans cette perspective que nous devons accélérer la mise en place d'un véritable marché commun dont les principaux instruments existent déjà, notamment les protocoles de la CEDEAO sur la libre circulation des personnes et des biens, le schéma de libéralisation des échanges, le tarif extérieur commun. Cette ambition commune rend irréversible l'avènement de la monnaie unique qui est à notre portée. Dans la même dynamique, ce forum est le lieu de réaffirmer notre engagement à concrétiser les projets emblématiques tels que le corridor Abidjan-Lagos, Abidjan-Dakar, ainsi que tous les grands corridors du plan directeur des infrastructures de la CEDEAO qui constituent de véritables accélérateurs de croissance économique et d'échanges intercommunautaires. La prospérité de notre région et la pleine mise en valeur de son énorme potentiel économique et humain repose en grande partie sur le développement des échanges intercommunautaires, qui demeurent malheureusement très bas en comparaison avec ce qui se passe ailleurs, plus de 30-70% dans certaines régions. Ce constat nous interpelle tous sur la nécessité de prendre des mesures courageuses au plan national et communautaire en vue de lever les entraves aux échanges et à la libre circulation. En réalité, il s'agit de nous approprier les recommandations de la Task Force sur le commerce régional qui pointent notamment des pratiques protectionnistes nationales, des barrières non tarifaires, des formalités douanières complexes, des difficultés concernant les règles d'origine, l'insuffisance des infrastructures logistiques. La CEDEAO est un marché et un espace de modernité qui peut et doit nous permettre de résoudre les problèmes sensibles de réchauffement climatique, de l'insécurité alimentaire, de l'immigration de notre jeunesse, de l'emploi des jeunes. L'avenir de notre communauté dépend de notre capacité à répondre aux attentes de notre jeunesse. Mesdames et messieurs, le contexte sécuritaire régional préoccupant dans lequel s'ouvre ce forum et les graves turbulences géopolitiques à l'échelle mondiale menacent les progrès que nous avons accomplis en matière d'intégration régionale. La poursuite de la construction communautaire dépend en conséquence de notre capacité à apporter une réponse collective à la menace terroriste qui fragilise notre région. Dans ce contexte, la sécurité collective doit être au cœur de notre agenda communautaire. Mesdames et messieurs, la Côte d'Ivoire entretient des relations commerciales excellentes avec l'ensemble des pays de la CEDEAO, en conformité avec les dispositions communautaires et continentales dans le cadre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Elle est un marché ouvert, dynamique et attractif pour les investisseurs de la communauté, dont un très grand nombre installés dans mon pays contribue à l'expansion de son économie. Ce sommet m'offre donc l'occasion de les remercier pour leur dynamisme et d'inviter les hommes d'affaires de notre communauté à venir investir en Côte d'Ivoire dans les secteurs économiques de leur choix. En retour, je souhaite ardemment que les mêmes facilités prévues du reste par nos protocoles soient accordées aux investisseurs de mon pays dans notre espace communautaire. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, ce forum représente une formidable opportunité de porter à un niveau plus élevé l'intégration économique ouest-africaine sur des bases nouvelles pragmatiques, inclusives et concrètes au bénéfice des générations présentes et futurs auxquels nous avons l'impérieux devoir de laisser plus, de léguer plus que nous n'avons reçu des générations précédentes. La Côte d'Ivoire est prête à assumer pleinement sa part au service d'un espace CEDEAO productif et résilient. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Fin de citation.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Thomas Ampem Miyako, Minister of Finance, is representing His Excellency the President of Ghana, His Excellency John Mahama, and he'll be speaking on behalf of His Excellency the President of Ghana.
Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Chair of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS, and President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, Presidents of the other West African countries here present, permit me to stand on the already established protocol to acknowledge everybody here present and to present this address on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. I am pleased to be part of this gathering and to continue the discussion on the topic, the West African Mandate, Economic Sovereignty and Strategic Leadership. Before I proceed, permit me to express profound gratitude to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his visionary leadership and commendable strategic initiative, which has the potential to shift the paradigm in our region from dependency to industrialization. This mandate will serve as a catalyst to transform our fragmented markets into a fully integrated trading hub. In the face of today's geopolitical uncertainties, shifting global power dynamics, and economic turbulence, we in West Africa find ourselves at a historic crossroads. We can either continue to tread the well-worn path of dependency, or we can chart a courageous new course rooted in strategic foresight, economic self-determination, and collective responsibility. For far too long, our region has exported raw materials and imported poverty. We remain vulnerable to external shocks, at the mercy of international lenders, and overly reliant on foreign aid. This must change. There comes a moment in the life of a region when it must ask itself not what it has survived, but what it will become. This is one such moment. We gather here not merely to talk trade or investment, but to chart a path for 420 million West Africans. Not to repeat familiar themes, but to reimagine what is possible when a region rich in resources and richer in resolve chooses unity over fragmentation. We in Ghana believe that the time has come, not for cautious steps, but for courageous leaps. Our region collectively produces over $780 billion in GDP annually, making it the third largest regional economy in Africa. Yet intra-ECOWAS trade accounts barely for 10% of our total trade, compared to over 60% in the EU and 50% in Asia. We are blessed with the largest reserves of rare natural resources, including bauxite, cocoa, gold, and arable land. Yet we lack the integration to transform these blessings into sustainable wealth for our people. Why is it that a mango grown in Burkina Faso reaches Europe faster than it reaches Abuja? Why must a Ghanaian fintech entrepreneur register in Delaware to raise capital from Lagos? The ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme has been in existence for 44 years, yet only 15% of ECOWAS companies benefit from it. Bureaucracy, multiple checkpoints, tariff delays, and fragmented standards choke the arteries of trade. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must end the slow walk towards integration. Ghana therefore proposes the fast-tracking of the full implementation of ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme across all member states and the establishment of a regional trade facilitation index to name, shame, and support progress. We also urge the ECOWAS Commission to present annual scorecards with trade performance indicators for each member state. Let's institute a presidential task force on regional trade integration comprising 5 heads of states to drive political momentum and ensure accountability at the highest level. West Africa's future cannot be outsourced. We must build regional value chains to process our gold, to process our bauxite, cocoa, and lithium here in West Africa. We must invest in intra-African trade, leveraging AFTA protocol, not only as a continental mechanism, but as a unique West African opportunity, especially given that its secretariat is based in Accra, Ghana. This proximity is a regional asset that we must collectively exploit. Undeniably, we all support the dream of a single currency, the ECO. But while we continue dreaming, our traders struggle. It is reported that in 2024, currency conversion losses alone wiped out an estimated $2.3 billion in regional business value. We propose a regional currency convertibility mechanism backed by the ECOWAS central banks to allow seamless Naira cedi franc transactions via platforms like PAPS. Excellency, for more than 2 decades, we have been working on the adoption of a single currency, ECO, as the beating heart of our regional economic integration. Yet it remains just that, work in progress. Our businesses suffer, our traders lose billions, and our youth lose faith. The absence of a common West African currency continues to fragment our economies, hinder investment, and raise the cost of doing business across all our borders. It is time to move from vision to action. Ghana therefore calls for the immediate establishment of a time-bound action plan for the ECO, with clear milestones, institutional responsibilities, and monitoring mechanisms, all under the direct political authority of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government. It is time for rehearsing ambition must end. The single currency must not be treated as an eternal aspiration, but as an achievable mission. It is estimated that Africa loses $170 billion annually in trade potential due to infrastructure gaps. Within ECOWAS, over 62% of cross-border roads remain unpaved, and port congestion adds between $300 to $500 per container. Without roads that connect, energy that powers, and logistics that flow, investment and trade cannot blossom. Our infrastructure must be overhauled and integrated by connecting landlocked and coastal states, facilitating inter-regional mobility, and digitizing cross-border trade processes. Above all, it is crucial to cultivate a West African single market mindset that transcends national borders and centers the interests of both citizens and producers. This is the surest way to gain and maintain economic sovereignty. Thus, Ghana proposes the creation of a West Africa Infrastructure Guarantee Facility, a pooled risk instrument to unlock blended finance and de-risk private capital for priority corridors like Lagos, Cotonou, Abidjan. In this regard, Ghana is rolling out the big push for national infrastructure development to boost growth and create sustainable jobs. We are spending also over $3.2 billion in digital public infrastructure, green logistics, and special economic zones. We are expanding our ports, actively exploring avenues to deploy AI in revenue mobilization, and reducing SME tax filing time by 40%. We are ready to host regional logistics, technology, and financial services for the benefit of all ECOWAS members. Your Excellencies, West Africa is home to 1 in every 3 Africans under the age of 25. This is not a demographic trend. It is a continental asset. But our youth are not looking for pity or platitudes. They are seeking a platform. I propose the creation of a West Africa Innovation Passport or Startup Pass, enabling young entrepreneurs to scale solutions across the region. Ghana also offers to host a West African Innovation Sandbox that nurtures ideas, funds prototypes, and opens markets. I further recommend the establishment of a regional innovation fund and an annual Youth in Trade Forum to be co-hosted by Ghana in 2026. The creation of innovation zones across the region, the provision of venture funding, and ensuring that every talented young African can dream and build from home are the way forward. Instead of exporting our talents, it is more prudent to finance them, celebrate them, and scale them up for the benefit of the larger society. Your Excellencies, before I conclude, let me reiterate that trade cannot flourish where democracy is in retreat. Investment does not land where governance is broken. The recent wave of instability and military takeovers in our region is not just a security concern, it is an economic emergency. We must defend democracy as a prerequisite for prosperity. Ghana therefore calls for the creation of an ECOWAS Charter on democratic stability and economic development, linking governance compliance with regional investment support. Let West African leaders recommit to constitutional order, not as an abstract ideal, but as a practical requirement for growth. We cannot unlock trade while our region is locked in conflict. Let this summit be the moment we restore the covenant between economic progress and democratic legitimacy. Let the outcome of this forum in Abuja reflect a summit where we agreed to trade in each other's currencies, a summit where we unlocked finance to build regional roads and rails, a summit where we empowered our youth not with words, but with funding and mobility, a summit where we spoke not as different governments, but as one integrated economy with a shared destiny. Let us leave this venue with a vision where goods move from Abuja to Accra without delay, a vision where the farmer in Niamey sells to a market in Lome without fear, and a vision where the dreams of our youth are not to emigrate to Europe and other continents, but to invest in Africa for the common good. This is not beyond us. This is within our reach. This is the West African mandate, a mandate that is not only a call to action for political leaders, but also a shared mission for civil society, the private sector, academia, individuals, and the West African diaspora. We all have our contributions to make. We all have our role to play. May God bless West Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up our goodwill ministerial address, I'd like to invite His Excellency Suarez Sambo, Minister of Economy and Regional Integration, representing His Excellency, the President of Guinea-Bissau.
Senhor Presidente da República Federal da Nigéria, Presidente em exercício da CDAO, ilustres chefes de Estado, do Governo, distintos ministros, convidados e demais participantes, senhor presidente da comissão da CDAO, minhas senhoras e meus senhores.
Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and current chairman of ECOWAS, distinguished heads of state and government, President of the ECOWAS Commission, honorable ministers, esteemed guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Tenho a honra e o grande privilégio de vos transmitir a mensagem do Presidente da República da Guiné-Bissau, General Umar Sefembalo. Passo a citar.
First of all, I would like to congratulate President Tinubu on this excellent and timely initiative to organize the present summit.
Quero, em primeiro lugar, felicitar o Presidente Tinubu por esta excelente e oportuna iniciativa de organizar a presente cimeira. Agradeço pelo convite que me dirigiu para participar, bem como pelo acolhimento que nos foi reservado.
I thank you, my brother, for the kind invitation to participate, as well as for the warm welcome we have received.
Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a integração econômica não é um simples objetivo, é uma necessidade. Apesar da nossa diversidade demográfica, econômica e monetária, compartilhamos um destino comum. Enfrentamos desafios semelhantes, nomeadamente a falta de meios financeiros adequados, de competências científicas e tecnologias avançadas, mercados fragmentados, infraestruturas insuficientes e obstáculos ao comércio e livre circulação dos bens e serviços, entre outros.
Economic integration is not just a goal, it is a necessity. Despite our demographic, economic, and monetary diversity, we share a common destiny. We face similar challenges, namely a lack of adequate financial resources, limited scientific expertise, and advanced technology, fragmented markets, insufficient infrastructure, and barriers to trade, and the free movement of goods and services, among others.
Porém, não obstante esses desafios, existem enormes oportunidades. A África Ocidental, com uma população aproximada de 400 milhões de habitantes, oferece um vasto mercado de consumidores. No entanto, o comércio intrarregional permanece muito baixo. Ao harmonizar políticas comerciais, reduzir tarefas e melhorar as infraestruturas, podemos explorar melhor o potencial do mercado único integrado. O esquema de liberalização do comércio da CDAO, ETLS, e a Zona de Comércio Livre Continental Africana nos oferecem estruturas, mas será a implementação que definirá o nosso sucesso. Devemos passar dos acordos para a ação.
However, despite these challenges, there are enormous opportunities. West Africa, with a population of over 350 million people, offers a vast consumer market, yet intra-regional trade remains very low. By harmonizing trade policies, reducing tariffs, and improving infrastructure, we can better harness the potential of a unified and integrated market. The ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, ETLS, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement provide frameworks.
O investimento é o combustível do desenvolvimento, mas os investidores, locais e estrangeiros, precisam de certeza, transparência e segurança. Para promover investimentos, devemos, primeiro, simplificar as regulamentações e reduzir os entraves burocráticos para abrir e manter empresas. Segundo, proteger os direitos de propriedade e fazer cumprir contratos por meio de sistemas judiciais mais sólidos. Terceiro, investir em infraestrutura, energia, transporte e conectividade digital para que os negócios operem com eficiência. E quarto, criar ambientes macroeconômicos estáveis com políticas fiscais e monetárias sólidas.
We must move from agreements to action. Investment is the fuel for development. But investors, both local and foreign, need certainty, transparency, and security. To promote investment, we must, number one, simplify regulations and reduce bureaucratic obstacles to starting and running businesses. Number two, protect property rights and enforce contracts through stronger judicial systems. Number three, invest in infrastructure, energy, transport, and digital connectivity so that businesses can operate efficiently. And fourthly, create stable macroeconomic environments with sound fiscal and monetary policies.
Além disso, devemos também promover o investimento local, apoiando nossas PMEs e startups, que são os verdadeiros motores da criação de empregos e inovação. Parcerias público-privadas podem ajudar a preencher lacunas de financiamento, enquanto instituições financeiras de desenvolvimento e fundos soberanos podem ter um papel catalisador. No século XXI, o desenvolvimento não é movido por matérias-primas, mas por ideias e tecnologia.
In addition, we must also promote local investment by supporting our SMEs and startups, which are the true engines of job creation and innovation. Public-private partnerships can help fill financing gaps, while development finance institutions and sovereign wealth funds can play a catalytic role. In the 21st century, development is not driven by raw materials, but by ideas and technology.
Parcerias de inovação transfronteiriças podem nos ajudar a compartilhar conhecimento, criar infraestruturas tecnológicas, promover a governação eletrônica, desenvolver soluções regionais, promover a colaboração entre universidades, centros de pesquisas, startups e criar empregos que mantenham nossos jovens e talentos no continente.
Cross-border innovation partnerships can help us share knowledge, build technological infrastructure, promote e-governance, develop regional solutions, encourage collaborations between universities, research centers, and startups, as well as create jobs that retain our youth and talent on the continent.
Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, nenhum desses objetivos, integração econômica, promoção de investimentos, inovação, pode ser alcançado isoladamente. Eles exigem liderança estável, visão, boa governação e, acima de tudo, apropriação e colaboração entre todos. Todos os governos devem trabalhar em conjunto. O setor privado deve ser fortalecido e envolvido na construção de infraestruturas, de plataformas digitais e prestação de serviço. A sociedade civil, os jovens e a diáspora devem fazer parte do processo. E é necessário envolver os nossos parceiros internacionais e alinhar as iniciativas dos doadores com as prioridades nacionais e regionais, evitando duplicações. Ao concluir, gostaria de lembrar que a África Ocidental é rica, não apenas em recursos naturais, mas também em potencial humano. Ao promover a estabilidade política, a paz, a integração econômica, ao incentivar investimentos estratégicos e abraçar a inovação, podemos construir uma região próspera, resiliente e melhor preparada para, com sucesso, enfrentar os desafios presentes e futuros. Muito obrigado pela vossa amável atenção e fim da citação.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, none of these objectives, economic integration, investment promotion, innovation, can be achieved in isolation. They require stable leadership. Stable leadership, vision, good governance, and above all, ownership and collaboration among all stakeholders. Governments must work together, the private sector must be empowered and involved in building infrastructure, digital platforms, and service delivery. Civil society, youth, and the diaspora must be a part of the process, and we must engage our international partners and align donor initiatives with national and regional priorities, avoiding duplication. In conclusion, I would like to remind everyone that West Africa is rich, not only in natural resources, but also in human potential. By promoting political stability, peace, economic integration, encouraging strategic investments, and embracing innovation, we can build a prosperous, resilient region better prepared to successfully face present and future challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister from Guinea-Bissau. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to acknowledge here that in the last 3 or 4 hours, Professor Jeffrey Sachs has been with us via Zoom. He has been with us via Zoom. This is a global economist and development expert. Prof, I'm sure you are watching and you are listening to me. Thank you very much for your time and patience. After some of these ceremonies, we'll come back to you so I can talk to all of us from here. Let me also say thank you to the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister for the Economy. We'll come back to you as we resume our goodwill messages immediately after this. So, Your Excellencies, we'll now be inviting these 4 ministers for the signing of the bilateral agreement between Nigeria and the Republic of Benin. On the side of Nigeria, let me welcome here the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade, and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. And from the Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odimegu Ojukwu. And on the side of Benin Republic, Meshadia Alimotu Asoman, and the counterpart on the foreigner side is Olusegun Ajadi Bakare. So foreign affairs at the back, the trade minister seated, and then we have the support in the presence of the 2 presidents. This is wonderful. Trade and investment cooperation between Nigeria and Benin Republic. Now there's exchange of agreement. But what I noticed here is that the African women have come of age.
Yes.
We have 4 ministers on stage, only one is a man.
Un accord historique entre le Nigeria et le Bénin.
Congratulations, Nigeria and Republic of Benin. And for the
Félicitations.
minister that is only man here, you are blessed. And so, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back to our goodwill messages, but for now, we shall be taking the Nigerian anthem and the ECOWAS anthem, and then we'll close this. Okay. All right.
Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Excellencies, Heads of State, ladies and gentlemen participating at the West African Economic Summit 2025. My heartiest congratulations to all of you. At this pivotal moment for our region, you have come together to unlock trade and investment opportunities to drive growth and job creation for West Africa's nearly 460 million people, half of them under the age of 18. I wish I could have joined you in Abuja, but it is an honor, personally and professionally, to share this message. An honor because I'm so proud to call this sub-region home. Because ECOWAS was the first bloc to support my candidacy when I was running to become the WTO Director General. Potential hub for vaccines. Other parts of the pharmaceutical ecosystem, research, production, fill and finish operations, and so forth, could be built in other countries. And in fact, I think that in Nigeria, part of that ecosystem is already being put in place. We should also seek to leverage our green comparative advantage by building out solar and wind energy capacity to power critical minerals processing in the sub-region? Can we move up the electric value chain and start making battery components and even automobiles? In the services space, we have seen some tech companies like Jumia and Flutterwave of Nigeria start to operate across borders in the region, showing the way for others. We could also aim to have more sub-regional trade and tourism that is driven by the cultural industries. To build regional value chains, we need to tackle the trade barriers, non-tariff frictions, and physical, regulatory, and digital infrastructure gaps that have historically held back trade in West Africa and indeed across the continent. We need to lower trade costs that remain among the world's highest and give full effect to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and ECOWAS-wide integration. This summit offers an unparalleled platform to address such challenges and find practical ways forward. I wish you the very best for a productive summit. Let us seize this opportunity to come together in common purpose, anchored by our rich cultural heritage, and build a West Africa where our young people find boundless opportunities for a better future. Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to join you at the 2025 West Africa Economic Summit. I thank the government of Nigeria and ECOWAS for hosting this timely gathering at a critical juncture for our region and our continent. I would also like to commend President Tinubu for his steadfast leadership and commitment during these challenging times. Excellencies, this year's theme, Unlocking Trade and Investment Opportunities, speaks to the urgency of accelerating regional integration as a lever for transformation. By 2035, deeper integration could add nearly $140 billion to West Africa's GDP and lift more than 30 million people out of extreme poverty across Africa. Through bold political will and strong institutions, ECOWAS continues to chart a path towards shared prosperity, advancing economic cooperation, building resilience, and demonstrating the power of collective leadership. However, at the same time, we must recognize the serious challenges that threaten progress: political instability, security risks, climate impacts, and rising inequality. These are not isolated issues. They are deeply interconnected, and they demand coordinated African-led responses. The strides made in infrastructure, such as the strategic Dakar-Lagos and Abidjan-Ouagadougou-Niamey corridors, are already catalyzing the movement of people, goods, and ideas. And the African Continental Free Trade Area offers a historic opportunity to deepen intra-African trade, expand regional value chains, and unlock public and private finance. These efforts are central to achieving both Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, our shared roadmaps for people, planet, and prosperity. Excellencies, in 2023, foreign direct investment in ECOWAS countries reached $12 billion, and regional exports totaled $130 billion. Yet, intra-ECOWAS trade stands at just 11%. This is a gap that must be closed if our region is to realize its economic ambitions. We must also ensure that trade and investment work for everyone. Women already contribute over 30% of West Africa's GDP through enterprise, and with 60% of our population under 25, youth are a major force for innovation and growth. Empowering them is not just good policy, it is a strategic imperative. The upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Spain will be a critical moment. The current international financial architecture is failing developing countries, especially in Africa. Africa needs and deserves a seat at the table in financial institutions and a strong, united voice to press for a system that is fair, inclusive, and fit for purpose. This includes engaging credit rating agencies to reflect the real risk, not bias, addressing unsustainable debt burdens, and ensuring access to long-term affordable and concessional financing that allows our countries to invest in development, not just manage crisis. Technology and digital infrastructure also hold vast potential, but the digital divide must be addressed. With smart governance and inclusive investment in digital infrastructure, West Africa can leapfrog into a new era of equitable growth. The benefits of the fourth industrial revolution must be accessible to all, especially in rural and underserved communities. Excellencies, ECOWAS member states are not merely recipients of UN support. They are integral members through its member states and through the people that it serves. Our UN presence with our resident coordinators and country teams are at your disposal as partners and allies in advancing a peaceful, resilient and integrated West Africa, a region that not only drives Africa's economic future, but also shapes the global agenda. Let this summit be a turning point, one that responds to the current realities and complexities while delivering concrete solutions, forging lasting partnerships, and unlocking the full promise of our people. Now is the time to be reminded of our forefathers' founding vision for ECOWAS. It is not just a union of states, it is a union of its people. Let us rise to the challenge in solidarity. Thank you.
The two women are illustrious daughters of the continent and the region, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Wherever they are, their spirits, their hearts are with our continent. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the next 1 minute, we shall be taking a break and to have lunch. But to just sign us off, in not more than 1 minute, let me invite the Honorable Minister of Finance to do a quick vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, and thank you. His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Your Excellencies, Presidents Patrice Talon, Joseph Okai, Julius Mada, you, and Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to express deep appreciation for all of us here today. In particular, let me say to our colleagues, our participants from across West Africa, bonjour et bienvenue. Let me express deep appreciation to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let me express deep appreciation to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for approving the hosting of this historic first West Africa Summit. Let me appreciate my brother, my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tuga, in particular, but all who have put together this important West Africa Economic Summit. It is historic. It is, as Ambassador Tuga says, not a single summit. It is one that we are going to have many additions of. All that needs to be said about regional integration, its importance for unlocking the values that are in our region has been said. And what really, I think, is left to be emphasized in particular is that the private sector has a critical role to play in bringing together
and helping to realize the good intentions of governments in laying a proper macroeconomic foundation that allows for economic stability. But our business leaders, our industrialists, our private sector operators need to come to the table so that we can achieve success. On that note, let me once again extend our gratitude to all that have come together to make this such a success. And let us, in the spirit of unity, continue to strive towards economic integration and the moving up out of poverty of the people of our region. 430 million people of West Africa are looking to us. As President Talon has said, we must get this done. Let us do it. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the rest of the summit. God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me one more time appeal and apologize to Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Immediately after the break, we'll come back to you. You'll address us. But Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a break now. But shall we all rise for the national anthem of Nigeria and ECOWAS to ease off our own president? His Excellency the President of Nigeria will now be going on the tour of the green room. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, one more time I apologize to you. Immediately after the break, we'll come back to you. Then our panel discussion will still be on. This summit continues. But for now, we'll break for lunch and then we'll be back at around 4:45 p.m.
Welcome, bienvenue to the inaugural West Africa Economic Summit. The doors to the venue are now open and the plenary session will begin in 30 minutes. Please take your seats.
Let's sit. Welcome all of you back from lunch, and I hope you had a wonderful time. But let me especially say thank you to Professor Jeffrey Sachs for your patience and time spent in waiting. We are ready for you now, Professor. We'll take him, and then we'll take our final panel before we close today. Professor Sachs, can you hear me?
I hear you well. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. I can hear you.
Excellent.
All right.
Well,
so,
thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Excellencies, thank you very, very much for letting me join this important summit online. I indeed listened attentively to all of the presidents and the ministers and their representatives. It's a very important gathering, and I want to make a few brief and I hope helpful remarks. First, let me underscore that this is indeed a time in which Africa as a whole and West Africa as your focus can achieve very rapid economic growth. And the aim should be economic growth at a consistent rate of between 7 and 10% per year. When an economy grows at 7% per year, it doubles every decade. When it grows at 10% per year, as China did during its high growth period, it doubles every 7 years. This is Africa's turn. Note that China achieved very rapid growth for 40 years, from 1980 to 2020. Starting around 2000, India is now achieving very high growth rates, also around 7% per year. China and India are each 1.4 billion people. So too is continental Africa. This is Africa's time for a takeoff into very rapid growth. This is my first point. The technologies of our era, especially the digital technologies, are the friends of African development, because these technologies will enable a rapid scaling up of high efficiency production in many, many sectors, in agriculture, in mining, in manufacturing, and in services. So the technology era that we are in, green, digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and other for rapid economic development. Africa also now has, much more than even 20 years ago, a group of very skilled, often very wealthy, and often very dynamic entrepreneurs. This is excellent, because they're going to play a major role in large-scale investments across the continent. And the next point is that Africa is now really achieving regional integration, first with the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a sine qua non for success, and then with stronger groupings within regions such as ECOWAS, such as the purpose of your summit. This is crucial, because all of these technologies require a scale beyond the national borders. This is why India and China have an advantage. They're one country. The imperial powers left Africa as 55 countries, but you need to act as one country. This is the key, and then the breakthrough will occur. The next point is that the multipolar world that we are in is very good for Africa. Africa has lots of new friends. When we say partners, I'm not so sure about some of the old partners, if I may say so bluntly. They weren't partners. If they really were partners, Africa would not be in the situation it's in today. They haven't acted like partners. But Africa has lots of new partners that it should absolutely cultivate. Most important of these is China. China has just been through 40 years of very rapid development. China's growth institutions and its planning apparatus is superb, second to none on the planet. The Belt and Road Initiative is absolutely superb and extremely important for Africa. The BRICS is another grouping, larger than the G7, very significant, filled with friends for Africa. Russia, India, Brazil, all very important friends for Africa as well. And this is extremely important. Of course, African countries and regions should cultivate friendships with everybody, the US and Europe and so forth, but not to depend on them. And a multipolar world gives Africa a lot more voice, role, options, choice, because some of the old partnerships did not work. They were not quite partnerships at all. Now, what I would urge, based on what has been discussed, is a real plan. Because everything that was said that I heard in the last 4 hours was wonderful, really brilliant observations. But now West Africa needs a quantified plan to 2050. A vision is important, but a quantitative plan is feasible and extremely important. There are, to my mind, 6 elements of that plan. The first is infrastructure. Africa and West Africa needs 21st century infrastructure. Of course, electricity is absolutely fundamental. Transport, including highways, rail, and seaports, absolutely essential. Digital access, universal, high quality, high speed 5G, absolutely essential. So infrastructure is the first basis of the plan. Where, when, how much, at what cost, on what timeline. There are many important projects. They need to be put, not project by project, but into an aggregate framework, a fiscal and financial framework. Second part of the plan, and I beg you, all of you, the most important investment that West Africa can conceivably make, and I mean not in moral terms, but in practical economic terms, is in education of the young people. The high school completion rate, the upper secondary completion rate in West Africa is only around 35%. This cannot work. There must be 100% upper secondary completion and on to tertiary higher education. This is possible. The AI revolution supports this. Let me help you on this. We can get every child through school. This will transform society more fundamentally than anything else possible. So I know how many African presidents want universal secondary education. It's a financing issue. It's a logistical issue. It can be accomplished. Let's put that as the very highest priority for the next steps. The third area of the plan is industrial policy, because Africa needs industrial policy in mining, in agriculture, in tourism, in culture, in metallurgy, in machinery, in other areas as well. But the prospects for business are huge. By the way, that is the agriculture and mining sector, the manufacturing sector, and the service economy. But this needs an industrial plan, and it can be achieved. So this is the third component. The fourth component is to move towards monetary union. This is correct. This was said by several of the leaders. This is probably a 10-year effort, could be faster, but it is very important for all the rest to move towards an integrated financial and monetary system. The fifth point is political union. If I may say, I hope you bring the Sahel back into ECOWAS, because it should not be divided by outside powers. And that is what has happened. West Africa should be West African for West Africans. And it should not be whether France or anyone else says, no, you can't have this one. No, you can't have that one. No, you're not enough democratic and so forth. Oh, there's so much to discuss about that. But the hypocrisy is the first place to discuss it. We need a unified, integrated West Africa, and it's absolutely feasible. Those countries that are now out can be solar power superpowers. If they are in, they can help every part of the region. This is extremely important. And the sixth part of the strategy is the financing strategy. And here too, I'd love to help you. The old ways of doing things, of going to the IMF and being told, oh, no, don't borrow. No, you don't really need electricity. You don't really need schools. You need to get your budget under control. This is no longer acceptable. You need to finance a high rate of investment, 40% of GDP for the next 40 years. No more being left behind. And this requires a financing strategy, and it too can be put together. You have many financing partners that are largely untapped. The Belt and Road Initiative, the other BRICS countries, the new development bank in Shanghai, the Islamic Development Bank, the West African Development Bank, a scaled up African Development Bank, a West African Infrastructure Guarantee Facility, and foreign direct investment. So this too is financeable. I have plenty of ideas I'm eager to share with you, but most importantly, I want to see West Africa take off and achieve the kind of growth that it needs and that it deserves and that is within your grasp. So thank you so much for letting me share these thoughts with you today.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs. One more time, let me thank you for your patience and for the depth of your knowledge. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together one more time? I'm very sure he will hear us from wherever he is. Thank you, Prof. And so we're moving on to the last item, and that's our panel discussion. I'll be taking a look at financing transformation of West Africa's commodity value chain, integrating exchanges, reserves, and processing. These are members of the panel. Let me first and foremost welcome here the moderator, the managing director of NG Clearing, Mr. Farouk Oreagba. Please, can we step forward now? They know him all over Nigeria as Mr. Steez. Welcome you. These are members of the panel. I'd like to welcome here Engineer Mansour Ahmed, representing Alhaji Dangote. He's also here, the former
engineer.
Former president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, former DG of Nigeria Economic Summit Group, an amazing engineer and patriot. I welcome you, Engineer Mansour Ahmed. Thank you very much. Also here, it's Chairman Exchange GX Group, Alhaji Umaru Kwaranga. Is he here now? Aha. I welcome you. A major player in both the stock exchange and the capital market, a former governorship candidate in Gombe State. His knowledge is as deep as the ocean. I welcome you. The program director and chief executive Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, is also here with us. And then finally, Habiba Suleiman, Group Head, Strategic Partnership, Tropical General Investments, TGI, and Tropical General Investments, TGI Group. Habiba. Okay, please, let's keep the applause then. You know, they wanted to hide it from you. You're welcome. I don't know, Prof. It's Dr. Dairu Mohammed. Okay, Dr. Dairu Mohammed, Chairman, Presidential Implementation Committee on Technology Transfer. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you very much. Prof.
Nice.
We have 1 hour to do this. Okay, moderator, 1 hour. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There's a reason why they call this the great graveyard shift. On a Saturday afternoon, last panel, everybody disappears, but we've got a great bunch of people here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's get on with it. Let me just break it down for you. The topic here we're here to explore is how West Africa can unlock its economic potential by leveraging off its regional exchanges and strategic reserves for diversification and resilience. We, as a sub-region, the West African ECOWAS basically remains highly susceptible to global commodity fluctuations. I think earlier on, Dr. Konja-Iweala mentioned that, you know, we do literally we consume less than 1/10 of the raw materials that we produce within the region. A lot of the governments in this sub-region rely on the revenue from the exports of raw materials, which basically makes their revenues fluctuate in line with the volatility of the underlying commodities. And finally, my final point, just to set the scene, is that this dependence on primary exports, often without significant value addition, limits the economic diversification and job creation. Now, bearing that in mind, let's go on to the first questions. Ajia.
Yeah.
Ladies first. Now, TGI is a diversified conglomerate driving value addition across several sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, and many others. Let me just throw it out. What initial steps do you think ECOWAS, as a sub-region, should prioritize to reduce our vulnerability to global price shocks and over-reliance on raw materials? I say this because you do a lot of value addition to the raw materials. So maybe if you can just kick us off and share your insights with us on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And good evening, everyone. So yeah, very straight to the point. We need to ramp up productivity. I think that it's as simple as that, right? Value addition happens when you have surplus, when you're producing, when your yields are consistent, when productivity is not, at the mercy of climate shocks and conflicts and all those sorts of things. And so if you look at it, the question then is, what are we doing to stabilize productivity, to ensure that smallholders, for example, in the agricultural space, are not affected by consistent flooding, by drought, by desertification? What are we doing to make sure that productivity is not affected by shocks? How are we building resilience, right? And so when you have that consistency over a period of time, obviously there's going to be surplus. And so what then happens is, once you have surplus, people will naturally be incentivized to add value to process, right? And so one simple example would then be maybe rice, for example, which is a staple for Nigeria.
Yeah.
We cannot continue to import to survive. It just does not make sense. It's not sustainable. And if anything, we saw during COVID that a lot of these countries were importing from, started closing their borders because they wanted to feed themselves. And so the question is, long term, what are we doing to say, if anything happens of that scale, of that impact, we are not at the mercy of other countries. We have enough stock in-house, we have buffers, and our people are not going to go hungry. And so what are we doing to make sure that there's financing, it's easily accessible across rural areas, across the entire country, for people to continue to produce and add value, and grow commodities and grow crops that will feed us? What are we doing in terms of pharmaceuticals, for example? How are we making sure that our industries are working? What are we doing about electricity? What are we doing about infrastructure and logistics? So again, if you look at it, it's somewhat cross-cutting, that there has to be that deliberate, if you like, political will, policies, financing, and all the infrastructural support required for us, private sector, to make sure that we're adding value as should be, and we're backward integrating and carrying everybody along.
Thank you very much. You kept on talking about having stocks in-house. I'm going to come back to you on that. And having financing available. I'm going to come back to you on that. However, one more question for you. Sorry, gentlemen, ladies prerogative. How can West Africa accelerate the development of complete value chains, given the persistent infrastructure and market access challenges? You just touched upon it, but can you just elaborate a little bit more if you can?
I need to get the question again. I didn't hear.
How can West Africa accelerate the development of complete value chains? So I'm thinking about, you said there's finance, you mentioned policies, lack of infrastructure. So how can we do that given the persistent infrastructure challenges? So I want to sort of drill down a little bit on the financing and on the policies, if you don't mind.
That's a very good question, actually.
I'm a great guy.
And yeah, well, the thing is that if you think about it, we agree that government cannot do everything. Private sector has to step up and, and come in and support in whatever way we can. If you look at it, are more at the grassroots. We are more connected because we're doing business across all over the place, right? And so then the question is, what do we do to make sure that whatever is happening continues to happen? It doesn't end. As simple as that, right? And so how do you accelerate what's currently happening? What are you doing to fix all those fragments in value chains? And so if you look at it, if I'm in an agribusiness sector, I need to make sure that the farmers are producing, they're producing high quality. That means inputs have to be readily available. That means fertilizer has to be affordable. That means my pesticides, insecticides have to be qualitative.
Yeah.
And so once you have that deliberate will on both sides where you're saying this quality, we need to meet this certain level of quality for this value chain to work, right? Once the farmer harvests, what's happening to logistics? What's happening to aggregation? What's happening to storage and warehousing? What is the infrastructure that needs to be put in place? And where does private sector come in? Where does the government come in? Right? What are we doing to ensure that farmers have access to finance when they need to farm? What are we doing to make sure that if they lose everything to flood, there's insurance backing them? And so if you look at it, it's something, again, that's multifaceted, where everybody is a multi-pronged thing, where everybody has a role to play. And so it's really straightforward. Like I said, it starts from enabling for surplus to happen. Let people consistently have improved yields. Let them grow where farmers that are, largely about 90% or so of our production comes from smallholder farmers. So what are we doing that farmers that are doing 1 hectare have enough funds to multiply, go to 2 hectares tomorrow, expand? And so if I'm sourcing this volume from you, I'm doing more tomorrow, your income is increasing, your livelihoods are getting better, my factory is getting raw material. I'm not having to process below capacity because I'm having a shortage of raw materials. And if that's happening, the logistics guys they also have business because I need them to transport my goods to the urban centers. It's the same for warehousing, it's the same for storage, and then obviously all the way back to trading, both for FMCG, local markets, and exports. And so it really starts from ensuring that at the very beginning, whatever these people need to work is available. And where government, like I said, needs to step up, where we need to come in with research, improved practices, improved techniques. What are we doing to make sure that they have access to the knowledge that they need, that they're doing better? That, again, one of those things, like I mentioned prior, is climate change impact today. And if you look at how it's affecting productivity, it's really impactful.
We're going to come back to climate change in a second, though.
Yeah.
But before I go somewhere, I saw my good friend Dr. Dahir over there. I know it's not up your street. Talk to me about irrigation and agriculture and your thoughts about it, because she touched upon it. It's not your scope. I'm not throwing you under the bus, but I know you have a word to say.
Thank you very much. When we talk about processing, I believe we put too much emphasis on it without going down the value chain to see that we provide the input.
Can you just talk a little bit into your mic?
Echo problem. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's a bit better.
Okay. What I was saying is that we put too much emphasis on processing without going down the value chain to look at the supply aspect of the ecosystem in agriculture. Because no matter how beautiful you set up a processing plant, without input, it's going to be a waste. So looking at the ecosystem of agriculture in Nigeria, the problem we have is not on the demand side, it's on the supply side. That's why we're having
on the supply side.
On the supply side. That's why we're having.
So you're talking farmers.
That's why we're having
irrigation.
Food security. Yeah, that's why we're having the food security challenges we're facing in the country.
Okay.
We rely on rent-fed agriculture, and that cannot take us anywhere. You cannot rely on one season in a year to farm, and you expect people to come and invest in processing plants in your country.
True.
It doesn't work like that. If you look at our the land that we have available for irrigation in Nigeria, is about 3.14 million hectares.
3.14 million hectares?
You can irrigate.
Okay.
But currently we are doing less than 200,000.
In your estimation, how much are we actually using out of the 3.14?
How much money?
How much of the land, irrigatable land, are we actually utilizing, in your opinion?
200,000.
200,000 out of 3.14 million hectares.
Just 6%
is what's being used.
Yeah. So that is where our problem is. If you go back to the basics, agriculture is about land and water. If you don't address these two issues, whereby you are able to do your land preparation to the standard that it is supposed to be, and you provide the irrigation technology that is needed for you to farm all year round, you will just be wasting your time. These
Hold that
security
thought.
challenges will still be there.
Thank you very much. I think, ladies and gentlemen, there was a very valid point mentioned there. We're only using about 200,000 out of 3.14 million, and yet we have food insecurity in this country. There's something that needs to be done. Let me move a bit further down. I'm talking trade barriers here now. Like I said earlier on, as an economic bloc, we export majority of our raw materials. As we all know, in certain parts of the world, there are trade barriers, policies, standards, barriers are put up left, right, and center to sort of make it a bit difficult for developing nations to export the finished product. However, one of the major groups in Nigeria, the Dangote Group, has managed to, they have businesses in agriculture, petrochemicals, and so on and so forth. And I do believe, they've managed, or they're managing to overcome a lot of these barriers, thereby enable them to export the finished product. Engineer, if I may ask you, what strategies would you recommend to overcome trade barriers that prevent export of finished goods? Or should we just trade amongst ourselves in Africa?
Sorry, I have to repeat the question.
What strategies would you recommend to enable us within ECOWAS to overcome some of the barriers? So for example, we can't export cocoa to EU because there's barrier. So if there's, and you've managed to do it within the Dangote Group. So maybe you can share some of that knowledge with us, what kind of strategies we could use as a group. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think we have to look at two levels.
Okay.
Africa as a whole, West Africa, Nigeria in particular, the economy is driven by small scale, mostly small scale industries. And at the top, of course, there are large companies like Dangote, like TGI, etc. I think at the lower level, because the small and medium scale industries drive economic growth through job creation, large labor creation, because there are so many of them. I think Nigeria has about 80 million, I hear, SMEs.
Yeah.
Now, the capacity to address non-tariff barriers, issues like quality levels, like standards, like technology issues, is costly. So to a large extent, small and medium industries are not able to meet those requirements, even if they were really just straightforward technical non-tariff barriers. We know, of course, there are other barriers that are put there, not because they are essential, but because they are needed to protect local industries on the other side. Now, what strategy do you adopt to support small and medium scale industries to meet the technical barriers that impede their capacity to import? And I think first, scale. If you're going to set up quality infrastructure, or the infrastructure for attaining quality levels for your products, as a small scale industrialist, probably the cost of doing that is beyond your capacity. But here is where one strategy comes, which is aggregation. You provide common services in quality infrastructure, in standard setting, in metrology, etc., and ensure that you make that as much as possible, either free or at very low cost to small industries. And one way to do that, of course, is to create industrial hubs. Where industries, particularly in the same sector or in the same product area, can come together, maybe through industrial parks, and access those technologies and those facilities that are necessary to enable them to achieve the quality standards they are supposed to meet. I believe this has been tried in many countries with success. And I think perhaps even in Nigeria, in Ogun State, I think we have seen efforts in that regard.
Okay.
I believe some years back, I can't remember how far it was, the federal government did try to set up common facilities,
okay,
like export warehouses, where they assist in small and medium industries by providing them with services that ensure that they can meet qualities and so on. So that kind of common facilities, industrial hubs,
aggregation
will be very useful in helping to achieve, to improve export. The second, of course, is I think what Jeffrey said earlier, education. I believe that the more educated our SME promoters are, the more they're able to use open source technologies to be able to access information, especially market information, because that's another issue that obviously is absolutely essential. I think all of us must have read the story of the organization that tried to export yams abroad some years back. Collected the yams, kept them in the port for a couple of days, and by the time the yams got to the other end, they are cooked, and obviously not suitable for export. So education is very important. And I think, again, awareness, creating awareness among small and medium enterprises is going to be very essential. We have platforms like the Nigerian Small and Medium Industries Association, like NASIMA, like the Manufacturer Association. These organizations should be assisted to put together or to set up facilities for continuous training of SME promoters. Again, that will help upgrade the operators themselves and enable them to do what is necessary to ensure that their products meet the standards and the requirements of their export requirements.
Thank you very much for that. So,
thank you.
From that point, one of the three key takeaways for me are, aggregation, the creation of industrial hubs, and to a large extent, the education of the SME providers. Which brings me back to my chairman, Alhaji Kwaranga. I've got to be careful here because I could get fired on Monday morning. Now, Alhaji, you are the chairman of the NGX Group. NGX Group means the Nigerian Stock Exchange Group. And if you think about it, commodities are capital. And as such, exchanges play a crucial role in transforming raw materials into organized capital. The exchange, when you trade a product on the exchange, there's a minimum quality standards, there is standardized contracts, and the exchanges link producers to buyers, which ties into what engineer has said. It ensures quality control. Now, first of all, let me start. Alhaji Chairman, could you please tell us how the NGX Group can help in transforming raw materials into organized, transparent capital?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and good evening. And going straight to the question, I believe by creating right products, such as derivatives, contracts on commodities, such products could be like sports or futures contracts on various commodities. We at the NGS, we have already gone far, and in not only creating those products, but listing the products on the exchange.
Okay.
Today, we have an exchange trade fund, the ETF, that's been traded on the main board of our NGX. In addition to that, we are working on various platforms that will bring more of these ETFs based on the currencies, mineral resources, agricultural products. In addition to that, what we are planning and working on rigorously is to have a proper warehousing system and foolproof warehousing receipts. These are some of the challenges we have seen in the commodity exchanges, which we at the NGS, we are working round the clock to make sure that we are proper best practice, proper governance. Most importantly, we set up an institution that is called NG Clearing. That NG Clearing is being set off for settlement and clearing on all derivatives in Nigeria. We funded that organization. We put processes and procedures. We put structures. Above all, we brought an experienced management to manage that organization. And that MD of that organization is not any other person than the moderator. That's how you call me the chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, God. Okay.
So for the NDS, I think we have already gone far. It not only on our vanilla responsibilities in the Nigerian, African, and world economy, especially we are known with equities, bonds, but we have already extended to commodities, the ETFs. That's why we set up such institutions, and we make sure that at the end of the day, those products that I've mentioned at the beginning will go a long way. Sport, features, puts, options will go a long way in making sure that we have put proper governance that will attract investors to come to our market. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to stay with you. Now, I know that the NGX group has taken a stake in the Ethiopian Stock Exchange. I don't know if it's insider information, but yes, NGX does have a stake in the Ethiopian Stock Exchange. So my question is this, particularly with the ECOWAS region. I know there's in Nigeria, let's talk about commodities. So NGX is doing a little bit doing stuff in commodities. We have the Nigerian Commodity Exchange. We have the AFEX Commodity Exchange. We have the Ghana Commodity Exchange, and there is a new commodity exchange in Ivory Coast. So my question is this. For the ECOWAS region, should we look at a regional commodity exchange, one that covers the whole region, or should national exchanges be prioritized over the regional ones? And just one more thing. If we decide to go with regional exchanges, or even if we decide to go with national exchanges, how can we address the regulatory harmonization across the bloc? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. For me, I'm an advocate of the bigger, the better. I believe that we have so many advantages when it comes together across the region, in terms of the value chain, in terms of liquidity, in terms of competition, to avoid price volatility, to mitigate risks, just to mention a few. But I'm not saying that we should discard the local various exchanges we have, like the way four you have mentioned so far in Nigeria. It may be in some other countries. I would encourage the ECO sub-region to support those exchanges because they have already the local knowledge,
yes.
They have the experience, and even the culture that is common to various countries, various exchanges. But I believe by the time we have come together, and we can be able to do that without collapsing those exchanges by using the platforms like the African Exchanges Linkage Project. I think that will be an avenue where all those exchanges should link to that project, and so that at various levels, those operators can operate seamlessly across the region. So that's my view. I believe that for us to attract investors, we have to have something that is competitive. And that economy of scale is key. Coming to the regulatory, the second question. In short, we have so many regulatory institutions all over the world. I'll just give an example of one, ISCO, as an example. ISCO is an institution where I believe most of those exchanges are members of ISCO, either at the country level or at the regional level, where all those issues of best practice, issues of standard, issue of regulations is usually being discussed. And I want to even use this opportunity for some of those commodity exchanges that are not members of ISCO. They should try and join that ISCO because it goes a long way in adding value to the organization, in making them more competitive in the international market. So I believe by the time we have that, but I will encourage the region to create something like ISCO at our own level too. Okay. So that at least we have some levels from the country to the region, then before we can be able to take the ISCO. There's nothing bad in AFEX, as an example, being a member of a local standard organization, regulatory organization, and being a member of ISCO is an addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's a very valid point. Sometimes when we set policies in developing countries, we need to localize those policies. There's no point in setting a policy that's based on what's going on in the United States of America and try impose it on a country such as Nigeria or a regional bloc like ECOWAS, where it just doesn't fit. You can't fit a square peg in a round hole. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Dahiru Mohammed. Right. You are the chairman of the Presidential Implementation Committee on Technology Transfer. This is a strategic initiative under NASENI, and it has been mandated to facilitate the adoption of cutting-edge technologies across key sectors of the Nigerian economy through partnerships, project execution, capacity building. You've managed to drive the localization and commercialization of innovation, right? And it ranges from agriculture to mining to manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. And I know that, like I said, I asked you a question earlier on. What steps do you think the government should take, first of all, to combat food insecurity? Because it's a major, major problem for the region. There are other issues that affect it. Climate change, we'll come back to that in a minute. But just as a starter, I got more questions for you, but as a starter, just give us an idea of what you think, because I know you're very passionate about this area.
Thank you, the moderator. On the issue of food security, I think I'll still go back to the basis and then I will share with you.
1 second, sorry. Can you hear him?
Can you hear me?
No. I think okay, please go
okay, I say on the issue of food security challenges that we are facing in Nigeria, I will still take us back to the basis. And that is what we have decided to do in my committee. How can develop a program called Irrigate Nigeria Project. This project, which has been approved by Mr. President for implementation, is focused on setting up partnership with private sector and technology partners in terms of irrigation equipment all around the world, coming together to see how we can address our irrigation challenges in Nigeria. We launched the program on 1st May this year on a 10,000 hectares in Bauchi, where we provided irrigation facility in partnership with the private sector and an international company from Czech Republic. Immediately after we had that launch, I have received requests from over 10 state governors providing us land to replicate what we did in Bauchi. Starting from Bauchi, the governor immediately gave us another 50,000 hectares to develop. Now across the country, we have about 300,000 or 400,000 hectares to develop irrigation infrastructure there. Once we do that, we are going to solve the issue of the over-reliance of rain-fed agriculture. Secondly, is mechanization, because you cannot provide water without mechanization. Gone into partnership with Bari in Czech Republic to provide small farm implements for our farmers to work with. That has been going well. And you know, a technology transfer committee, we just don't buy. Part of our mandate is to set up assembly plants and then see how we can start producing parts going forward. We have done that with that company. Then thirdly, we had work on fertilizer, because the major issue most of our farmers have is fertilizer. And it may interest you to know that there's a new technology that you can turn coal into fertilizer, an organic fertilizer. And we have gotten that franchise from the people that have it, the company that has it in Indonesia. We are already about to complete the first plant in Kano, and we're going to replicate that all over the country. We have a lot of abundant coal in Nigeria that we can use to provide fertilizer for the farmers. So these are the kind of things that we're doing at that level to see that we support the farmers, be able to farm all year round, having the implements, having the fertilizer, and having the extension services that they need. Because at the end of the day, if you don't provide extension services for them, you are just wasting your time. So
Okay.
that is one other area that we have really spent a lot on and we're working on.
Thank you very much. I've just been told that my session's been cut from 1.5 hours to half an hour, but I'm not going anywhere just yet. So we're still here. Engineer Oluwagbemi, you are the director of the PICNG, so which is the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas, which was set up under the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. The initiative seeks to cushion the effects of fuel subsidy removal and full petroleum deregulation, particularly in the transport sector. Quickly, in the context of resource utilization, can you please explain to us how your program advances our gas utilization and the industrialization of raw materials? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good evening to the audience. First and foremost, is to say that for far too long, our continent have largely depended on exporting our raw materials to the outside world, and our sub-region especially. Of course, this started as far back as when we sold slaves. We imported expatriates, sold cocoa and groundnut, imported chocolate and groundnut oil. And even more recently, we sold crude oil and we imported petroleum products. Mr. President, a country that operates differently. And that's why under the Renewed Hope agenda, gas utilization and leveraging Nigeria's gas resources for the development of not just the country, but the subcontinent is top on the agenda. It takes seriously the issue of, that's why I declared in following with the administration of his predecessor, the decade of gas. And our program is a cardinal pillar of that decade of gas as Nigeria sees it.
Okay.
And one, it's not just about Nigeria utilizing it. It's also about ensuring that we use gas, which is a transformative product. Gas is what we need to power the country with electricity. Today, it accounts for 79% of our power production. Not just ourselves, but our neighbors. We currently export gas all the way to Ghana, but there are already plans to do so all the way to Morocco, and even leverage the AKK pipeline that will ultimately get to Algeria, again, to power the subcontinent. Gas is an important product if we want to achieve food security, because it's the primary input product to the production of urea. Gas is a primary product, even in renewable energy, solar panel and all of that. And then now transportation. Mr. President understands that once fuel subsidy was removed, that means immediate increase in prices for ordinary Nigerians.
Okay.
But we can leverage gas vis-a-vis compressed natural gas, not just for our vehicles, but also our trucks, that moves products from the south, mostly energy and finished products from the ports to the north, and food from the north to the south. We can drop the cost of doing business. We can reduce the rate of inflation. We can make people's life better by ensuring that their income go further. We can also ensure that we make our environment cleaner because it, of course, emits far less, 30 to 40% less tailpipe emission than petrol and diesel. And of course, all of these we can enjoy both in the compressed form as well as the liquid form. And we also of course, have an EV component of our program because your gas powers your electricity and delivers the electricity for your EV. So all of these forms the entire view of Mr. President and, of course, leveraging the PCNGI to achieve this for transportation.
I'm going to ask you one quick more question because I know I can feel the eyes at the back of my head. Did you face any regulatory challenges? Because this is not about Nigeria. This is about ECOWAS. So the question is, did you face any regulatory challenges in rolling out your program? And if so, how did you overcome them? Because maybe we can learn some lessons when we expand it to the ECOWAS region.
Yeah, I think the first thing was that there was no regulation at all, right? So we started with a blank slate. We'd seen about 5, 6, 7 years of discussing compressed natural gas in one form or the other, but there was no body of standards. And what we went first to do upon our appointment in October 2023 was to put together an industry work group to develop and to work with the standard organizations of Nigeria to work on what we call the industry practice standards. And so in March 2024, the first output of our work was the approval by the Honorable Minister of Industries and Trade, the SON standards for the compressed natural gas industry. This was necessary if we wanted to attract investment. And since March of last year, upon the approval of those standards and rolling it out, we've attracted over $500 million of investment into the sector. Without standards, investors don't know what rules to obey. So there needs to be very clear regulatory standards, first and foremost. And then these standards needs to be translated to occupational standards because that's how you now train. The number one and primary concern of the public when we started this program was, of course, was safety. And so for us, creating a standard was one, ensuring that those standards now translate into training of conversion technicians, of manufacturers, of the manufacturers of kits and cylinders and all of those stuff, required that those standards now be transformed into occupational standards. And that's what we did with the Nigerian Automotive Design and Development Council. And now we are moving those standards now into practice in the sense of we're launching by October 1, what we call the Nigerian Gas Vehicle Monitoring System to ensure that all gas vehicles, whether they're CNG, they're LNG, hydrogen in the future, whatever form they might be, will be under one monitoring and compliance mechanism such that if there's an accident or there's any mishap, we can trace it back, track it back, and we can correct it. And these, I think, are things that we've learned from what has been done already in Iran. What's been done in Iran, by the way, has the largest natural gas vehicle fleet in the world after India. And we've seen what India is doing, and we're watching and we're saying we can improve upon that to make sure that end-to-end, our natural gas vehicle users, who are already very, very safe, by the way, because petrol and diesel, 18 times more explosive than natural gas, that's petrol. Diesel is 8 times more explosive. So you're already using a much more safer product when you're using natural gas. But we want to make sure it's even safer by ensuring that there's a very, very strict compliance and monitoring mechanism, which NGVMS will offer.
Thank you very much. I'm about to wrap up, but there's 2 elephants in the room. The first one, you mentioned finance, finance, finance. Now, we all know all these projects require a lot of money. In our financial sphere, you know, we have what we call blended finance. You know, some money you get from, you know, developmental agencies, some is debt, some is equity, etc., etc. Now, engineer, your group took on a mammoth project in building a $600,000, 600 million barrel, 600,000 barrel per day refinery. Okay.
Yes.
How did you finance this? Was it just debt, or did you get blended finance, or just for the budding entrepreneurs?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, when I spoke earlier, that's why I separated the small and medium scale level of industrialization with the large.
Now we've gone to the big boys.
Because it's a different kind of challenge faced by small medium industry than the large companies. And they don't come larger than a Dangote group, obviously. Now, yes, we use a range of finance.
Blended finance, yes.
The first, of course, is equity.
Yes.
Obviously, everybody is looking at your balance sheet before they actually offer to participate in the finance of any projects. So indeed, with respect to the refinery, the first call is on equity.
Equity.
The group's own balance sheet.
Contribution.
Then, of course, we also went to development finance institutions, both the continental, Afro-Exim Bank, Bank of African Development Bank,
AFC,
and AFC. But also we are open to finance institutions outside the African Union. So in that context, it's really a blended financing. A lot of it actually came from local banks, Nigerian banks. And it opened tremendous opportunity for those banks, of course, themselves. Some of them, of course, if you like, collateralized.
Yes.
Others are in some sort of combination.
Yeah.
I'm not an economist, so I can't do the breakdown. But then indeed, yes. So financing was indeed not the most critical of our problems.
Okay.
And it came largely because of the track record of the group. It came because of the significant equity that the group itself put in place. And it came from the support that we got from many of the continental financial institutions. African Bank was extremely supportive.
As always.
Now, I think in financing, one of the key issues is ensuring that you align the financing mechanism with your project development mechanism. One of the challenges we had, and I don't know whether this is still
listen, guys,
confidential. It is the fact that as you receive financing, particularly debt financing, you have to make sure that you utilize it. And at some stage, when your project programming goes out of sync, you are likely going to have significant financing difficulties.
Okay.
The money, once it is agreed, once the loan agreements are signed, the money is set aside. If you don't use it, it costs you money.
Yes.
So clearly.
So you got to utilize it.
Yes. So indeed, there were challenges in that era, but getting the finance itself for that kind of organization was not the most challenging.
Critical. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to ask every panelist just to summarize in a minute, but there's one thing that is very important. If the ECOWAS sub-region is going to achieve its goals and ultimately align with the African Union Agenda 2063, the issue of food insecurity. Now, there's a lot of people who have advocated for strategic food reserves or not. Ajia, could you quickly touch, on what you think about the issue, about whether strategic food reserves are required or not? Thank you.
Thank you. They are definitely required, to be honest. And so I think I was reading earlier about APTA, so the ASEAN, Japan, South Korea, and China, what they've got, what India has, for example. So the way the world is going now, I don't know if you guys have seen all the wars, but it's not looking really good. And food is really gonna come under a lot of issues, right? So the question then is, what are we doing to protect? Again, we're very vulnerable to these shocks. Anything that happens in the world, we saw what Russia and Ukraine did to our fertilizer costs. Overnight, everything just doubled, And so I think it's a question.
Regional or domestic strategic reserves?
Sorry. I mean, let's strengthen regional for sure. Domestic, what's happening at domestic level? And so if that is really strengthened, obviously coordination is another issue, right? So if, for example, again, size and number of population, all those sorts of things come into question. But the idea is that, yes, first of all, it is very necessary. What are your staples? And how do we make sure we're coordinating to ensure that, first of all, domestic is working really well, and then we step it up and get other people involved? Exactly.
Thank you. Right. In closing, I would like to invite each of you to share one key action we must take to truly transform our commodity wealth into capital for sustainable development in West Africa. Engineer, if I may start with you.
Thank you very much. I think in a minute, the first thing really is to ensure that we focus our policies on developing a resilient manufacturing sector. Because commodities, as you know them, probably reflect the exportation of raw materials. But I think in the context of the region, what we're looking at is the possibility of creating a commodity system that enables us to use domestic raw materials to feed our industry. But then we must build the industries, we must scale up the level of capacity, because frankly, today, Africa contributes only 2% of the global trading volume. And that 2% is not in manufacturing. It's mostly in commodities. And I believe that if you look at the overall scheme of today's global economy, manufacturing constitutes over 60% of overall trade. And therefore, if we're not playing in that sector, if we're not significant manufacturers, we'll continue to remain at the periphery of global trade system. So it's important that we actually develop, as Jeffrey Sachs said, industrialization policies based on setting up strong, consistent, coherent, and resilient manufacturing sector.
Thank you very
Because
much.
that really is what we're going to grow our economy.
Thank you very much. Alhaji Koranga, if you could just share with us your thoughts on how we can transform our commodity wealth into capital for sustainable development. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I believe in 1 minute, we must develop a reliable and robust database of all our commodities. I believe we may have some information across sub-region, countries, state and the rest, but those information are not reliable and sometimes they are incomplete. So for us to know exactly where we are heading to take advantage of the value chain, the other advantages which we are always clamoring for, we must have that database at the back of our mind. That is one. Secondly, there are so many informal trading places where when we look at where we are coming from, like in Kano as an example, you see people coming from most of these West African countries, Mali, Niger, coming to Gezawa, Dawanau, doing a lot of billions of naira businesses, but there's no data that you can be able to capture that. So if there's anything that's part of the takeaway, listening to what the presidents have said this morning, which I'm highly, highly impressed, because for us in Nigeria, for the first time, we're having a president that have a private sector background. He's not only a politician, but he's a businessman. And I believe that has gone a long way to see what we have achieved in the last 2 years, some of the hard decisions he has taken. And it's the same thing when I listen to most of the other West African presidents and head of states today. They have the zeal, they are ready to provide the conducive environment. So it's a challenge for us in the private sector to make sure that we have become not only the actors, but the movers of the economy.
Thank you.
A good example, before I finish, is that you cannot use short-term funds for long-term projects. With due respect to Engineer Lajima, so when we mentioned about the 600,000 billion barrel per day metric tons of Dangote refinery, this is a long-term project. When you are talking of banks that have funded this organization, that's why we are pushing to make sure that Dangote refinery is being listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange so that we can be able to share that wealth to the Nigerians and for Dangote to reap some of those funds so that he can pay back all the short-term loss that he has already taken. And the same thing with the NPCs of this world and the rest, so that they can come, so that all Nigerians all over the world, they can participate and share this wealth creation. We have a listening president that's ready to do that, just like the other regions, and I believe we have the capacity at the NGS, we have the platform, we have demonstrated during the last banking recapitalization that happened last 6 months, where we raised over $2 billion, over 3 trillion naira. This is a demonstration that Indians have that capacity to do that. We will make sure that we are bringing not only the Dangotes, but all the other organizations, all the other commodity exchanges, so that they can be able to use that platform to raise long-term funds for long-term projects. To conclude, we at NGS, we were invited by the Ethiopian Stock Exchange. Even though Ethiopia is not part of the West Africa, but everybody knows what Ethiopia have achieved all over the world in terms of commodity exchange. Today, they have a turnover of over $20 billion in the Ethiopian commodity exchange. We in the NGS, we partner, and now we have already created an avenue whereby the two exchanges will work between Nigeria and Ethiopia, and we have even invested as part of a diversification strategy. And that's the same thing I believe the sub-region should take into consideration. The mergers, the partnership. We in Africa, we are not just looking, or West Africa, we're not just looking for investors, we are looking for partners. In conclusion, I'm from Gombe State. As of today, we have an industrial park. That industrial park consists of, whoever that knows the location where Gombe State is, you know that we have known with the issue of commodities. Either you are taking of rice, you are taking of wheat, you are taking of soya beans, you are taking of cotton, just to mention a few. These are all mineral resources that are there. That is where we have the Asha Kasime, which is part of the Lafarge, which now the Chinese have come and invested. Nigeria is the only country that if you want, you can come and invest and buy a company 100%. Now, with some of the policies that this government have taken, the challenge that we are having for people to repatriate their returns, to repatriate their own capital, is a thing of the past. The policies have already been brought with some of the hard policies that the federal government have taken. Now, they are free exit, free entry. So Nigeria is open for business. West Africa is open for business. We from the local community, like Gobe said, they are open for business. And I believe I will use this platform to say that I congratulate Mr. President for creating this West Africa Economic Summit. I believe this is the first one, and it's not going to be the last. Thank you very much.
As you can see, my chairman can get very, very
just passionate. Just a little patient. The refinery will come to the
I cannot tell him to slow down because I might lose my job. So moving along, Engineer Oluwagbemi, if you could briefly just share with us one key action we must take to truly transform our commodity wealth into capital for sustainable development in West Africa.
Yeah, so two key things come to my mind. One, connected human capital development, and secondly, breaking down the barriers. I always say that the most important resource we have as a people is not what is below our feet, it's what is above our necks. There's no way we can reap the benefit of a resource-rich West Africa or Nigeria if we don't develop our people. But the problem we have is beyond just literal education. A lot of people go to school, but is that education relevant to the industry? So we need to connect the gown and the town. Our industries, our organizations need to be able to reap the benefit of human capital investment that is ongoing in the system. That means we will make education relevant, education that is relevant to industry, education that is relevant to building. We cannot just, for example, at the Presidential CNG Initiative, we are building 20 CNG ecosystems across 20 federal universities. We don't want to import MRUs from China, and in the next 18, 20 months, we go back to Chinese engineers to fix them. We want those CNG ecosystems within our universities to train CNG proficient engineers that will come up with their own innovation. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the road, we are still having these systems running efficiently. So we must make sure we connect the gown to the town if we want to deliver the kind of development that will be sustainable.
Thank you very much.
Secondly, sorry, the second thing I mentioned, I apologize.
Not a problem.
Breaking down the barriers. You cannot develop a continent or a subcontinent like ours that is so rich, almost 500 million of us, if you continue to place imaginary barriers that were imposed on us by colonial masters. I call the 54 walls of Africa the 54 walls of poverty. I heard a story about Alhaji Aliko Dangote going into South Africa and trying to go and open one of the biggest investments in that country in the cement industry. And he had to stay on the line while his PA, who is an American citizen, just walks in past the immigration barrier. That doesn't make any sense. We must have a unified, upwardly mobile passports for Africans. If you pay a certain level of tax in your country, you should be able to access any African country, which will encourage more people to pay taxes while ensuring Africans don't have to queue on the line to enter another African country. This idea is a practical thing that the African Union can work on, that ECOWAS itself can start working on. I traveled last year, 2 years ago, between Lomé and Abidjan, and it was a mess, right? I came in yesterday. The reason why I missed the yesterday's session was I came in from Abidjan, and it took me 8 hours. The plane was landing from one country to the other like a kabu-kabu, instead of just coming straight to Nigeria. Our region is not integrated. If I want to ship, Innocent was trying to ship vehicles to the Ghanaian military, and the vehicles had to go first to Europe before they come to Ghana. It doesn't make sense. And we have AFDB, we have AFC, we have Afri-Exim. Let them together. We need to empower African airlines with more planes so that they can fly seamlessly among themselves. We need to have African ports that can ship among themselves. We need to break down the barriers.
I think the president of Benin Republic mentioned that earlier on today. Hajia, I know I'm running short of time. Please, could you sort of give us your thoughts on one key action that we should take to truly transform our commodity wealth in the ECOWAS region? Because everyone's not, this is not a Nigerian panel. Let's try and take it out to the ECOWAS for the sustainable development of West Africa.
Absolutely. And obviously, as you know, TGI is across the West African region as well. So I think for me, really, in addition to everything that has been said, is that we really need to work on fixing production. And this means the quality has to be better than what it is right now. This means our yields have to be better. We can't continue to have lower than global average yields. It's really not acceptable. What are we doing? Like you said, we have irrigable land, we have the arable land. What are we doing about the inputs? What are we doing about access to quality fertilizers that are, again, affordable? What are we doing to ensure that farmers can easily access finance? What are we doing about R&D? So again, the yields, the varieties that we're growing, most of them are outdated. What are we doing to make sure they are flood-resistant varieties, they are drought-resistant varieties? And so like he mentioned, again, that linkage between academia, research, and industry has to be strengthened, where we're practical in what we're doing, where our graduates are coming out and they're actively fitting into industry, right? So for me, really, in summary, it's just about how do we upgrade the quality of what we're doing at the moment? How are we expanding in terms of volume? How are we building that surplus that is qualitative and it's enabling for immediate value addition to start to happen? And so if you have that happening, obviously, across domestic levels, integration is easy to happen. Like you said, logistics is going to start to make sense.
Absolutely.
You know, technology is going to step in, innovation is going to come into the picture. But yes, ECOWAS has all it takes to get to where we need to get to. We're sort of a very strong regional bloc, but unless these barriers are broken down, we're going to keep playing in silos and we're not going to get anywhere.
Fantastic, thank you. And finally, last but not the least, thank you, Dr. Dairu.
I've traveled around the world, and the difference I came to realize between developed countries and developing countries are just two major things: access to finance and technology.
Sorry, what was the second one? Access to
finance and technology.
And technology, thank you.
These are the two differences between us.
Fantastic.
And one thing I came to realize is that even though we find it difficult to raise money here, if you put a structure that can attract money or investment from foreign countries, you will get it. Within the last 1 year, we have been able to attract investment worth over $1 billion from China and some other European countries. Currently, we are going to build 2 assembly plants for electric vehicles here in Abuja, in the Abuja Technology Village. We have already signed the agreement. In fact, we have received the first shipment of the first plant, and we have not invested a kobo in it. It was all foreign direct investment. Why? Because we provided the structure. What we lack is the ability for us to sit down and create a structure that will attract funding.
Thank you very much.
If you are not able to do that, there's no way you can succeed.
Thank you very much. And just so you know, I just found out yesterday that they're now assembling electric vehicles just in Ikorodu, just outside Lagos.
Started. What we have done,
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we have signed with Dongfeng. Dongfeng is the second largest electric vehicle manufacturer in China, and Chery. They are going to set up assembly plants here that within a year we can assemble like 20,000 electric vehicles.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's the graveyard shift, and I'm actually very thankful that you're still here at 20 to 7. But there you have it. In summary, I was taking some points down. To truly leverage commodities as capital, West Africa must, one, develop regional commodity exchanges and databases and ensure interoperability, establish strategic regional reserves for food and minerals, invest using different forms of finance in the enabling infrastructure for storage, logistics, and digital trade. It's important that we harmonize regulations across ECOWAS to enable cross-border trades. We need to build human capital to empower smallholders and market participants. We need to attract investment and foster innovation in commodity value chains. Scale up capacity in manufacturing, as you said, engineer, and work on mergers and partnerships to bring down barriers. I think I caught most of it there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying. Please, can I have a round of applause for my esteemed panel here? Thank you very much.
Well, the time is really far gone. Photographers, please, can we have the picture of the panel, please? No, it's okay. It's okay. All right. No, it's okay. It's okay. Our time is really fast spent. We apologize. We apologize. Let me quickly announce to all of you that we are going to reset here quickly in an hour or so. The closing concert will happen. One Day Call, the band, all of them are playing here tonight. You know, so they'll just quickly reset. They'll reset the room. You can engage them as they step down. But let me thank all of you for being part of this, especially some of you who have stayed behind to be part of this closing. Thank you to all of you. They will quickly reset the room for the gala night, the concert, and you have fun. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. All right, so we expect to see you later in the evening. It's a youth entertainment program. I'm very sure some other the band will perform, but he will not be on the bill tonight.